Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The Yamin of Revolution. Iran says no talks, just war. United Arab Emirates demand Trump save them and pay for everything. Are they turning to China? Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Revolutionary salute. Well, no talks, just war. Trump is a pirate, and Iran got to make him pay. World War III update. Let's get into the content. Salute.
The waters of the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea are no longer the exclusive playground of the United States Navy. In a stunning display of strategic ingenuity and battlefield resilience, the Iranian military has completely outmaneuvered Donald Trump's so-called maximum pressure blockade, rendering it effectively dead on arrival. While the White House and Western media cheerleaders have been busy spinning fairy tales about the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and the impending boarding of ships by U.S. forces, reports reaching us from the ground indicate a far different, more humiliating reality for Washington.
Two sources tell CNN that Iran began laying mines in the strait last week. There are several different kinds of mines in Iran's arsenal.
So as we talked about earlier, Iran's sea mines could be one of the most dangerous weapons in the region, and the regime has stockpiled thousands of them capable of shutting down the critical Strait of Hormuz.
In Persian Gulf and Oman Sea, this is Iranian Sepan Navy calling you on channel 16. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader, Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiots.
It appears that the very ceasefire that the Americans and their Israeli partners were hoping to use as a breathing space has been exploited by the Iranian military in the most brilliant way imaginable. Instead of retreating, Iranian maritime forces, in close coordination with their steadfast allies in the Yemeni armed forces, have been busy planting a dense, lethal carpet of naval mines, not only in the narrow confines of the Strait of Hormuz, into the vast expanse of the Arabian Sea. We are not talking about a few scattered devices here. Estimates from regional intelligence sources suggest that upwards of 1,000 sophisticated sea mines have been laid with surgical precision along the suspected approach routes used by U.S. warships and their mine-sweeping operations. This is not just a defensive posture. This is an active, aggressive reclamation of sovereign waterways and a stark warning to the American terrorist Navy. Your warships are no longer welcome here. The operational effect of this masterstroke has been immediate and devastating to the credibility of the Trump regime. The intelligence reports detailing this extensive mining operation have sent shockwaves through the Pentagon, forcing the United States Central Command to pull back its surface warships from large swaths of the Arabian Sea. The bravado of boarding Iranian commercial vessels or conducting free maritime interdiction has evaporated into thin air. Why? Because the United States Navy is terrified of losing a destroyer to an Iranian mine, a humiliation from which their global prestige might never recover. Instead of projecting power with their steel hulls, they are now reduced to skulking around with specialized AI-sensing drones and helicopters flying as far as the edge of Iranian territorial waters to warn their own fleet of impending doom. They've essentially been turned into a passive, reactive force, buzzing overhead like frightened hornets, desperately trying to clear a path that Iranian speedboats can simply reseed hours later. This is the stark, undeniable reality. Trump's much-vaunted blockade has been neutralized before it could even begin. The chokehold that the West was trying to impose on Iran has been reversed, and it is now the American military machine that finds itself constrained, uncertain, and operationally hamstrung in the very waters they claim to dominate. This is the story they don't want you to hear on CNN or Fox News. Now, before we dive deeper into the audacious naval chess game unfolding off the coast of Bandar Abbas, and the intricate diplomatic deadlock over uranium enrichment, I need you to do something for me. If you value journalism that isn't filtered through the propaganda lens of Washington, London, or Tel Aviv, if you want to understand the real dynamics of power in West Asia, and not just the sanitized lies of the American empire, then you need to become a part of this channel. Right now, stop what you're doing, scroll down, and smash that like button. It takes you less than a second. but it tells the algorithm that the people are hungry for the truth, not the drivel coming out of the White House briefing room. Share this video with everyone you know who is tired of Western hypocrisy. And most importantly, drop a comment down below. It can be a single dot, a flame emoji, or better yet, tell me what you think about the Americans hiding behind drones while Iranian Marines rule the seas. Subscribe to this channel to support honest, unflinching journalism. Let's overpower the propaganda together. Now, let's get back to the story. The sheer scale of the mining operation is something that needs to be fully appreciated to understand the strategic defeat Washington is currently suffering. This wasn't a haphazard, rushed effort. It was a meticulously planned, multi-theater operation executed under the cover of ceasefire negotiations. The Iranian military has effectively turned the entire northern Arabian Sea into a high-stakes minefield. The coordination with the Yemeni armed forces is particularly galling for the Americans. While the U.S. Navy is fixated on the Persian Gulf, the southern choke point of Bab al-Mandab, a gateway that handles a massive percentage of global trade, is now a fully armed and ready trigger point for the axis of resistance. A senior official from the Yemeni Ansarullah movement, Hossein al-Ezzi, issued a chillingly calm but absolute statement this week, warning that if Sana'a decides to shut Bab el-Mandeb, no one can open it up. This is not empty rhetoric. It is a statement of operational capability. We are looking at a potential dual choke point crisis that would break the back of the global energy market, sending prices soaring beyond anything the fragile Western economies can handle. And the Americans know this. They know that their carriers, however formidable, are essentially sitting ducks in these narrow-mined waters. Their shift to relying exclusively on unmanned underwater vehicles like the Knifefish and airborne laser detection systems is not a sign of high-tech superiority. It is a sign of pure, unadulterated fear. They cannot risk a direct confrontation with the Iranian military in these waters because the cost would be catastrophic for them. The arrogance of the American blockade, the idea that they could strangle Iran while protecting the flow of oil to Europe and Asia, has been exposed as a complete strategic failure. The mines are there, and the Iranians themselves have admitted, with a sly nod to technical limitations, that they cannot find all of them. That's not an admission of weakness. That's a promise that these waters will remain a danger zone for American ambitions for a long, long time to come. While this maritime humiliation was being administered, an even more revealing and deeply embarrassing incident for the American president occurred that perfectly encapsulates the utter powerlessness of the West in the face of Iranian resolve. It involves a tweet, a viral audio clip, and the word idiot. President Donald Trump, in his desperate, almost pathetic need for a political victory, jumped the gun. He saw a statement from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi regarding the possible opening of the strait under ceasefire terms, and immediately ran to his failing social media platform to declare victory, thanking Iran and claiming we are almost at an agreement. He was trying to sell a fantasy to the American people, a fantasy where he, the great dealmaker, had brought Iran to its knees. Well, the Iranian military was not having it. Within hours, as if to slap the delusion right out of Trump's mouth, Iranian gunboats intercepted and opened fire on 2 Indian-flagged vessels attempting to transit the strait, forcing them to turn back. And then came the pièce de résistance, the viral audio. On Maritime Radio Channel 16, a voice from the Iranian military was heard broadcasting loud and clear. The message was blunt and unsparing. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our Imam Khomeini, not by the tweets of some idiot.
In Persian Gulf and Oman Sea, this is Iranian Sepa Navy calling you on channel 16. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader Imam Khomeini, not by the tweets of some idiot. If you want to pass through the strait, you must ask permission from Iranian Sepa Navy. All vessels that have a connection with our enemies will be targeted if they try to pass the Strait of Hormuz out.
The Iranian embassy in South Africa later took to social media to confirm what everyone already knew, telling the world to just Google idiot. You'll understand who it is. This was not just a diplomatic insult, it was a strategic message. It was the Iranian military demonstrating in real time and in full view of the world that they, not the foreign ministry and certainly not the White House, control the tempo of foreign policy and the flow of maritime traffic in these waters. The incident laid bare the fiction of American influence and the robust chain of command clarity within Iran's power structure. Trump was left holding a bag of hot air, his celebrations rendered laughable by the sound of Iranian gunfire and a viral radio broadcast that will haunt his legacy. And what about the negotiations themselves? While the Iranian military is busy winning on the water, the diplomats are locked in a stalemate that perfectly illustrates why Iran holds all the cards. The issue, of course, is Iran's legitimate and sovereign right to nuclear energy and the enriched uranium stockpile that comes with it. The United States, acting as the enforcer for the Israeli regime's paranoia, has been floating various proposals to strip Iran of its hard-won scientific achievements. They wanted Iran to simply hand over the enriched uranium to the United States. Tehran, quite rightly, told them where they could stick that proposal and outright rejected it. It is the height of arrogance to think a nation would hand the keys to its energy independence to a hostile power that just months ago was bombing its infrastructure. Then came the idea of handing it over to Russia, but that was immediately vetoed by the Europeans and NATO, who cannot stomach the idea of Moscow having any more leverage in the global energy or nuclear sphere. The proposal to hand it over to China was, predictably, killed by Washington itself, because the thought of Beijing gaining such a strategic advantage sends shivers down the spines of the American deep state. Every option put forward by the West or the East was vetoed by another faction, leaving the process in a state of absolute gridlock. Now, the latest development in this diplomatic carousel is the emergence of Pakistan as a potential custodian for Iran's enriched uranium. This is a fascinating twist. Islamabad, which has been playing the role of mediator in these talks, has reportedly been presented with a proposal where Iran might consider transferring the stockpile to Pakistani territory under strict safeguards. But let's be very clear about where we stand. Even as these back-channel discussions continue, with reports suggesting the next round of talks will be held in Islamabad, the optimism is fading fast. Pakistan itself is reportedly losing faith that a breakthrough is possible. And why would they be optimistic? Tehran has drawn clear, unbreachable red lines. Iran will not surrender its enrichment capabilities. Iran will not allow foreign powers to dictate the terms of its scientific and industrial progress. Just yesterday, before the Iranian military made the brilliant strategic decision to effectively reassert the closure of the Strait of Hormuz in the face of Trump's false promises, we heard whispers that a deal was very close. Those whispers have been silenced by the roar of reality. Iran is not bending. It is not breaking. It is standing tall, using the very tools at its disposal and its military might, its strategic waterways, and its sovereign rights to carve out a new reality in West Asia, one where the diktats of Washington and the hysterical screams of Tel Aviv no longer carry any weight. The era of Western hegemony in the Persian Gulf is, for all intents and purposes, finished.
Divided. He gave his life as a
stunt or the aggressor United States violated the ceasefire and committed maritime policy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters of the Sea of Oman and landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the vessel, disabling its navigation system. That was mentioned by Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zulfaqari. And he continued, "We warn that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond to this armed piracy and retaliation by the U.S. Army." The United States troops launched the unprovoked attack on the Iranian container ship Tosca, as confirmed by Donald Trump, which was peacefully sailing from China to Iran through the Gulf of Oman. In an immediate response, Iranian forces struck back, according to this confirmation, several American military vessels in the area with drone attacks. So there was already an immediate response, but not the response that Iran and the HQ is talking about, we're clearly going to see another response based on these developments. US President Trump was boasting that the largest military force in the world had this operation against Iran, and now we have a confirmation from Iran that they will be responding. So what is going to be the response, and what is going to be the American response to this response? Firstly, to elaborate further, we're talking about a situation here where Iran is considering this a violation. This is no longer some sort of a stunt or anything. A blatant violation of the ceasefire requires an immediate response from Iran. That immediate response came, but that's not what the Iranian Army HQ spoke about. They will be having something potentially at the same level, which means an attack on an American ship. This is what we're likely to see, either an American asset or an American ship. If the source of the attack of the United States of America against this Iranian ship came from a different location, expect an attack on that location. However, seeing as Iran, from its statement, confirmed that the United States Army and the United States Navy Marine terrorists, as Iran labeled them, have conducted this operation against Iran, we are expecting a targeted operation against them, either the operating group or the American destroyer or Navy ship that participated in this. If they have indeed reached the shores, for example, and these shores are in one of the Gulf countries, expect an attack there, because the United States says that they seized the ship. If they seized the ship, then they took it somewhere. They're not just going to be roaming around with it in the sea. They disabled the communications.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Gerald Sims for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the little soldier. Say after all this is over, will Israel stab the U.S. in the back? And it seems the whole Middle East need to get Israel up out of there. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Israel is finished, and so is the U.S.
System, an act of piracy, and they're probably going to take it somewhere, one of the Gulf countries in the region. Iran will respond most likely to that location. How is that going to affect the negotiations? There are scheduled negotiations. Trump said that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff will be in Islamabad on Tuesday. Reports that J.D. Vance is going to be there soon too. Donald Trump himself said that if there is an agreement, he would go to Pakistan as well. Iran, however, did not confirm that it will be participating in these negotiations so long as there are these American threats against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So unilateral talks, of course, won't work. You need another side. But the United States was having these stunts against Iran very arrogantly and ridiculously as well, because they sabotage any prospect of reaching an actual deal. They have learned so far that Iran is not a country to be messed with. Trump didn't like the fact that Iran is charging now the tolls, and they are in effect in control of the Strait of Hormuz. The United States suffered tremendous losses on top of its military and asset losses during the war. We're talking about corporate losses in the hundreds of millions because of this. And if you want to combine any additional damages to the economy and everything, we're probably going to be talking in billions only from the corporate side rather than the military side, as in billions in economic trouble. If we want to add the stock market, it's much more than that. Therefore, this approach with Iran wasn't working. Trump decided to have this hostile move. If Iran is going to respond with a heavy attack, that might be the excuse that Trump would have been looking for to go back to the war, potentially with Israel in full force against Iran, and all of the talks and the ceasefire officially collapses, and there is no need to talk in Islamabad because the talk will be in the battlefield.
Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive.
What would be the response on their part? What is your understanding of the current situation?
Well, again, there's no no foundation for negotiations in light of Trump's statements on Friday. Remember, Trump was when he announced the blockade. That's an aggressive act against Iran, and initially it was just words, but then the targeting of this cargo ship that was coming from China, that's an act of war, period. And so I know that there were some behind the scenes negotiations that between Iran, Pakistan, and the United States, and that I was told on Friday that they had actually reached that through J.D. Vance's efforts, they had actually reached an agreement with Iran that accepted, Iran's preconditions, and they're moving forward. And then Trump sabotaged it and blew it up. So then, on top of that, when he added in the blockade, that is, from Iran standpoint, okay, what is there to talk about? This is, the United States continues to be the aggressor here. So I anticipate that they're going to attack a U.S. ship, and I think it's going to take something like the sinking of a U.S. ship to wake the United States up that we can't continue down this path. We continue to have what I call cost-free wars. We suffer very, very few casualties, or at least they're doing a good job of covering up the casualties, and inflict harm on other people and hope that our bullying will make those others come to heel like a dog. And Iran's not playing along.
Yeah. It seems that Pakistan is doing its best, to talk with the Trump administration. And Donald Trump himself, as the Pakistani sources are talking about, is considering the removal of the blockade. And what does it mean, Larry? Because the whole concept of attacking an Iranian commercial vessel, what does it mean? How is that going to bring leverage to the United States and to their sort of argument in the negotiations?
Well, they see it as part of it. All they have to do is collapse the Iranian economy, and then that'll force the Iranians to surrender. But it's misguided. It's based upon some false premises. But that's their thinking. If we just blockade them, again, having learned no lessons from the past. I mean, for God's sake, we've had effective blockade on Cuba for 66 years, and that hasn't worked out well. I mean, the people of Cuba have suffered, but it hasn't compelled them to change their government or to surrender to the United States. And here, Iran's got a lot more options. They're not an island. It's one thing to surround an island country and blockade them, but it's an entirely different thing when you've got open borders to the north and to the east for Iran, that they can get whatever they need over land. They don't have to worry about it coming over water.
I think because of the nature of issues that the United States and Iran are trying to negotiate on, which in a minute I'm going to bring those issues up. But the nature, the whole concept of the ceasefire is based on this war. They wanted to put an end to this war of attrition, the United States at least.
Yeah.
And this new game that they were starting, it's some sort of a war of attrition. And the moment that the ceasefire is over, they're not going to be able to stay that close to the Iranian shores, to the Iranian coast.
Well, not only that, but the other factor that's going to kick in here is weather. And, Professor Morandi's talked about it. I don't know if you've ever experienced what it's like to be in, let's say, Qatar in May, but it's like being in a damn pizza oven.
Is not as harsh as Qatar, but in the southwest of Iran, we have some kind of the same sort of weather there. It's going to go more than 50, 60 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, Celsius. People
Celsius. I'm
understand that's Celsius because Fahrenheit, it's like 120 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's just in May. I couldn't believe how hot it was. And then on top of it, then the sandstorms that come in. That is that's a whole other dimension. So the U.S., if it's going to do something on the ground, so to speak, try to launch ground operations, they've got sort of a short window for it. It has to be in the next 3 weeks. But then after that, they'll be dealing with some serious weather issues. And the heat, people think the heat just affects the soldiers. No, it affects aircraft. The maintenance issues on that increase. So, I mean, again, it forces the United States to move its air operations being launched from, say, Cyprus or from Jordan or from Israel. And, that adds, that's more wear and tear on this machinery. And these machines, they break down.
Yeah. Could that, you mentioned the situation with the weather. I understand if Donald Trump was telling us with his new sort of posts on social truth that he's going to attack the power grids together with bridges, all of this, and the response from Iran going to be the attack on the same sort of plans in other countries. As you mentioned, the weather case, the weather factor is in the game that is hugely problematic for the region. And how is that going to put pressure on the parties, all parties involved in the negotiation, in the talks?
Well, let's go with the assumption that Iran succeeds in knocking out the power to the majority of the people and cities in the United Arab Emirates or in Saudi Arabia. People are gonna have to abandon those cities. I mean, it'll be too hot to continue living there. There'll be some generators here and there, but overall, it's not going to be livable. So that the movement of populations at that point, that's going to really bring some political pressure, because again, the argument is to the United States, well, you promised you'd protect us. Instead of protecting us, you made us vulnerable. You've made us a target. Of course, those countries have made themselves a target because of their cooperation with the West and allowing the military operations to be conducted from their territories. Iran has every right in the world to punish those countries for that.
Yeah. I think the issues that I told you that it would be important to talk about these zero-sum nature issues when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. There is no some cooperation between Iran and the United States for the case of the Strait of Hormuz.
No, that's
They're
correct.
not going to accept anything of that sort. What is Trump trying to achieve in the case of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, he wants it open. I mean, it's very simple. And he wants Iran to stop exerting control. I've heard, there have been some other, and I'll put quotations around it, analysts, I got this Professor Jiang. Have you seen this guy running around? He's everywhere. And I'm listening to him, and it's like, I don't get it. There's really no substance there, but he's brought on, and he was talking about, oh yeah, they could block the Strait of the Malaccan Straits. Okay, let's understand why Iran is effective right now in blocking the strait. Iran doesn't need a deep water, blue water navy. It has drones and missiles that are positioned inside the country to such a depth that it's not a simple matter of the United States flying bombers over or launching missiles to take those sites out. Because of the terrain is such, it gives Iran effective ability to control that strait. It doesn't. Now, on top of it, though, it does have maritime drones, underwater drones, surface drones, aerial drones on top of that. But that's not what gives it the power to control the strait. Its power is like, if you don't get our permission, if you don't coordinate it with us in advance, we'll just sink your ship. Real simple. Well, you can't do that in the Malaccan Straits. In the Malaccan Straits, there's no military force or missile, bunch of missiles, bunch of drones inland. The military task of, like, if we said, okay, let's land and go inside and take over that part of Iran so that they can't fire those missiles. Yeah, that would be the only way to guarantee there'd be no more interference at the strait. But the problem is, you're going to need about 1 million, 2 million men to do that. And then the fact that trying to get them ashore without getting them killed, good luck. So that's why I said these other folks who try to draw parallels with the Bering Strait or the Malaccan Strait, it's idiotic. It really is stupid. But, they get away with it, and they talk about it as if they know.
Yeah. The second issue, Larry, which is zero-sum game, is enrichment of uranium on Iranian soil.
Right.
I think nobody in Iran can negotiate on that. It's impossible. It's not going to happen if Donald Trump decides to go in that direction, because it doesn't make sense. For such a long time, Iran was sacrificing everything, Larry.
Yeah.
The economy, the people who were involved in this program, to reach to this point that they are right now. And they have everything domestic when it comes to the nuclear program of Iran. And suddenly Donald Trump wants to remove that from the scene.
Yeah,
is that possible for Donald Trump to understand that it's impossible to do that?
No, well, in Donald Trump's current mental state, no, he can't understand that. The entire nuclear issue is, it's just a red herring. It's not. Let's assume that Iran never had a nuclear program. Do you think then that the United States today would be saying, "Oh, okay, we'll just live and let live. Let's get along with Iran"? Hell no. It's the Islamic Republic that drives us crazy. We create this mythology in the West about the Sharia law and the strict Islamic standards, beating women in the streets if they're not wearing hijab, that kind of nonsense. So the nuclear issue is an excuse. That's all it is. To try to destroy the regime change is the ultimate goal. Destroying the Islamic Republic. The United States cannot stand it that the people of Iran rose up in a popular revolution in the 1970s and 1979 and threw the Shah out, a leader that we, the United States, had installed through a CIA coup managed by Kermit Roosevelt, the son of Teddy Roosevelt, I believe. So we can't tolerate that. We've got to be in control. How dare the Iranians assert their own independence? And the fact that they chose to be an Islamic Republic, that was their choice. That wasn't imposed upon them from the outside. I see, and I do see some parallels with the American Revolution of the 1776. again, throwing off a colonial empire and trying to become a state independent of that colonizer. That at the root of all this, that is what enrages the West, that Iran dares to be independent, because it's not, it wasn't a creature or creation of China or Russia or space aliens. It was organic to Iran, and while the West may not like that's the reality, and I think we ought to learn to accept that.
Larry, here is what CNN just reported, that the White House correspondents say that J.D. Vance and the American delegation have not yet departed Washington, D.C. for Islamabad. It's contrary to what Donald Trump said. He said they're going over there and they're going to get there in a few hours. And, it's so amazing, Larry, because Donald Trump, yesterday, he said that J.D. Vance is not going to go there because of the security issues. You remember they had the same story before for the first round of negotiations. He repeated that. Then later on, we've learned from Caroline Levitt that she said he's going to be there. He's going to lead the delegation. There is something happening within the administration. Donald Trump is coming out without talking with anybody, making these sort of arguments.
Yeah, we ought to update the George M. Cohan song. Over there, J.D. Vance, here he comes, over there. Sorry. This is absurd. Trump is trying. A lot of this is just manipulation of the market. And it's still going on today. I mean, I cannot believe these people on Wall Street. They bought into this crap that, peace is at hand. The Iranians are going to surrender any minute. No, they're not. Newsflash. Trump is caught. Trump is seeking an exit strategy, but, he doesn't want to have to admit that he's wrong and has been wrong all along. But that's going to be the only way out. I don't see Iran doing anything. I would advise Iran not to do anything to help Donald Trump save face. Screw him. He brought this on. If for no other reason, the faces of those 168 little girls that were murdered on February 28th, that should burn forever in the hearts and minds of the Iranian people. The United States must pay for that. And that means no concessions to the United States on that. That they murdered those children. And it is the United States, whatever they can't, the United States, in my view, cannot be trusted to make an agreement that will ensure Iran's security, short of eliminating all U.S. troops that are in the Gulf states. That is, you ask in the point plan, that's one of the demands, to have security guarantees, and they don't necessarily tie it to the troop presence, but once you eliminate U.S. bases, you're going to make it then impossible for the United States to attack Iran unless they start building up on those bases. So that gives Iran some warning. Okay, they're coming after us.
There was a phone call, Larry, moments ago between the Iranian foreign minister and foreign minister of Pakistan, and they're trying to do it as I told you. They're trying to do their best to convince Iran to go to Islamabad. And Donald Trump, here is what Donald Trump just said, that if the ceasefire expires, lots of bombs will be dropping on Iran. So we're literally getting back to the war.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else do they have right now, because we've learned a new aircraft carrier is heading to the Middle East. Gerald Ford is getting back. We had that in the news. I don't know where is that right now.
But supposedly in the Red Sea somewhere, which I was surprised by that. because if it's if I was them, I'd get the hell out of the Red Sea as fast as possible, because when this goes hot, and it will go hot again, it's not a matter of if. Then the Houthis have vowed that they will target the Gerald Ford. It's going to take some significant disaster like the sinking of one of the aircraft carriers, or even one of the destroyers, and the deaths of some U.S. sailors, that it will finally wake up the other political leaders in the United States to tell Trump, you got to stop this now. You can't continue this, because the last thing the United States is in a position to do is to get embroiled in another war overseas that's going to last for months, if not years.
Donald Trump came out yesterday praising Israel for what they're doing in helping, United States. But do you see any sort of sign that Israel is doing something in that direction? It seems that they're so much preoccupied by the situation with the Lebanese border, and then they're not that much involved in this war against Iran.
No, they're too busy destroying statues of Jesus. They're too busy trying to destroy Christian symbols, Islamic symbols. I mean, it's disgusting. They're a despicable culture. This is and the good news is it's starting to awaken some outrage in the United States. They went after, 3 weeks ago on Palm Sunday, celebrated within I'll call it Western Christianity, as opposed to the Eastern Orthodox. They closed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Well, that church has been around. 2,000 years, or 1900 is about 354 AD after the death of Christ. So it's built in the 4th century. So here we are 17 centuries later, and they're attacking that. So it is the animus by these Zionist maniacs is that is the heart of the issue. They continue to attack Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Muslims. Doesn't matter. They've been going after Palestinian Christians very intently, and Trump lets it happen.
Larry, we know that this war is not going to end, and there is no negotiations to put an end, serious negotiations to put an end to this conflict.
Right.
So when it comes to the balance of military power right now, how do you find the battlefield? As they're gonna, I think this pause is gonna end soon, and they're gonna get back to the war. And how do you see the balance? Is it gonna, and how do you find Israel, the situation that Israel is in right now?
Yeah, Israel's got probably the most difficult situation. So let's step back and look at what this war, what the fighting has exposed. And it's not just now. Let's go back 8 months to March of 2025. In 2025, the United States vowed that it was going to open the Red Sea, open the Bab el-Mandab Strait, and ensure the freedom of navigation by attacking the Houthis. And over a 7-week period, the United States attacked relentlessly. Houthis kept firing missiles, and ultimately the United States said, we're declaring victory, we're going home, and we got out. So we couldn't defeat the Houthis. The attack on Iran has exposed that right now the United States we're a one-trick pony. We have to rely upon air power to project force. We got our Navy out there, and we're grabbing a cargo ship that's unarmed. Ooh, boy, we're tough. But we have to do so far enough away from Iranian shores that we can't get hit with missiles or drones or underwater drones or submarine these mini subs that they have. The Navy ends up being a bit of a non-factor. Yeah, they got these very expensive aircraft carriers, and they've got a flotilla, bring a couple of destroyers along with them, but they can't get in close to shore, which is where they need to be if they're going to be effective. And ground troops, out of the question. The era of drone warfare now has made it virtually impossible to assemble troops in any one location. That and short range, medium range ballistic missiles. The traditional way of doing things that were common in the 20th century, you can no longer do that. So what it is exposed that there are limits to the U.S. military power. By the same token, you've got Iran, who's shown that with missiles buried underground, with the key production facilities underground, they're safe. The United States, even if they used a nuke, is not going to destroy those sites. They are too deeply buried in granite to be touched. Which brings us to Israel, who is still fighting what I call the conventional 20th century warfare, but they're not succeeding. I draw Hamas as the classic example of it's a specifically defined area, about 25 miles long, 5 to 7 miles wide, depending upon which point you're at. And the Israelis had it completely surrounded, and surrounded in such a way that I don't see how any resupplies could get in. So you'd say at some point the Hamas would run out of supplies, but so far they haven't. And we're more than 2 years, coming close to 2.5 years into this. December, January, February, March. Yeah. So we're 2.5 years into this, and Israel has been unable to defeat Hamas. And what I mean by defeat, cause Hamas to surrender, say we give up. We can't continue fighting. No, they're going to continue fighting. Yes, Israel has leveled, virtually destroyed all of Gaza, made it into a moonscape, but it hasn't defeated Hamas. And now it's engaged in combat with Hezbollah. It's done the Gaza thing with these villages that used to be along the border have been leveled completely. It's created like a dead zone. But as the Israelis try to advance, Hezbollah keeps ambushing them, knocking them off. And so Israel does not have. They don't have the force structure. They're too small to fight two wars at the same time. And hell, now they're fighting 3. So they're fighting in Gaza. They're fighting 4, fighting in the West Bank, fighting in Lebanon, and they're fighting with Iran. They will deplete their resources to the point that they will become ineffective.
Do you understand, Larry, when it comes to the continuation of the war, what has the United States done so far in terms of improving their position? We know that they brought one more aircraft carrier. The Gerald Ford is back, which had some sort of problems. And how is that going to change their leverage in the region?
Well, it really doesn't. It's just one more asset they've got to figure out where to put and keep out of harm's way. The aircraft carriers, it's a way to have it's a mobile air base. So you move it close enough to shore so the planes, when they launch, can penetrate deep enough into Iranian territory to do damage. Up to this point, a lot of the damage has been done in Iran through air operations have been done with standoff missiles. The JASSMs, when they're launched, they can travel up to 500 miles. So it's been rare that you've had a lot of U.S. or Israeli aircraft actually over Iranian territory, and Iran is, they've been able to shoot several down. And I think if they go out with this next iteration, of attacks on Iran and tried to do it with aircraft inside Iran, it's going to turn out badly. So, the Gerald Ford with the George H.W. Bush with the Abraham Lincoln, 3 carrier strike groups there. If they can get in close to shore, that means you've got additional aircraft now that are going to be able to engage and conduct attacks, which may actually be, this plan to do massive bombing will hinge. I think that's one of the reasons they're bringing the Gerald R. Ford in. They may delay. There's some thought that it could happen as soon as tonight or tomorrow, but in fact, they may delay until they get all those carriers in place that they can be properly fueled, and they'll be close enough that they can carry out strikes.
So none of them going to be close to Israel to defend Israel? None of these aircraft carriers?
No, that they're not there for defending Israel. Candidly, what can they do? The air defense missiles, the PAC-3 on the Patriot and the THAAD, they've been exhausted. They're depleted or almost depleted. There's no way that they got more in supply because there was a limited number to begin with. That you can't emphasize that enough. Excuse me. We got all this pollen from springtime here, so it's making eyes water and nose run. Yeah, so they're. I think that they're more for the offensive part as opposed to trying to shield Israel, because effectively they can't.
But they're moving the air defense systems in Jordan. Here is the pictures, Larry, the THAAD and the Patriot systems in Jordan. They relocated these systems to some other places in order to be less exposed. But it seems that these satellite images that they found them. And they know the exact location of these air defense system. And there's the other point, Larry, is yesterday I was talking with Stas. He mentioned something important. He said they are so close to each other. If you send a ballistic missile there, they can all be destroyed.
Right. Yeah. Well, and it assumes though that you've actually have the missiles that can be fired. The PAC-3s, and I said they're out, or if not, they're down to less than a dozen. They could fire off in response to one missile barrage, but if they're more than 1, 2, no, this is just more of this self-delusion on the part of thinking that we're stronger militarily than we actually are.
Blockade. Iranian blockade and the Trump's blockade in the Persian Gulf is literally bringing GCC countries to their knees, Larry.
Mm-hmm.
The situation in the Persian Gulf, as we've learned, the UAE is running out of cash. They're asking the United States, if you provide us with cash, or we're going to get closer to China, we're going to use yuan. And it seems that the GCC countries are moving in that direction. The outcome of what has happened so far is the reality that is hitting them.
Well, yeah, that's always what we call the serendipitous effects of war. Now, I understand, I haven't taken time to watch it, but that this one journalist, Richard Medhurst, is talking about this is actually going to be a victory for the petrodollar and the defeat of BRICS. And I'm thinking, dude, what are you smoking? Because if anything, this has done the exact opposite. This has made it clear that the petrodollar no longer rules the world, and that the alternatives that BRICS is creating, the demand for those services is accelerating, not decelerating. And the Chinese in particular are benefiting from this. Not only are they using their currency, but the Chinese have developed, let's call it the financial architecture that undergirds this. the West is still dependent, for interbank transfers. The West is still dependent upon SWIFT, and SWIFT now has it's an ironic name because SWIFT implies like fast, but SWIFT is an email system that's actually pretty slow. It can take days, and sometimes more than a week for a transaction to clear through this process. The Chinese are digital, CIPS, the cross-border interbank payment system. No, it's just like sending money with online with Zelle or any other kind of electronic transfer. It's like instantaneous. So this war is redirecting, restructuring global finance, and you correctly note the Gulf states, UAE in particular, they're in trouble because they do not have the cash flow. Before, they've got lots of money maybe stashed away, and owning T-bills on top of that, but they're not sending oil out, and the certain products like the liquid natural gas out of Qatar, they're looking at 3 to 5 years before that's even back up and potentially running. That's the thing that again, most people in the West and these financial analysts have been ignoring, is that the damage that's been done to the infrastructure in the Gulf is such that it's not going to be easily repaired. It's like the war stopped today. It's not a matter of just turning the faucet and it's all back up and running. No, it's going to be months, minimum months, and more likely years before the damage is repaired and systems can be back up and operating as expected. So the crunch, the economic crunch is coming. With each passing day, it's going to get worse.
I think the most that the Trump administration can do with the case of the Strait of Hormuz is forcing Iranians to charge at least some of these countries that are using the strait to pay in dollar. So here comes the second part of the question. Iran is under the US sanctions for such a long time. It doesn't make sense for Iran to go in that direction to receive dollar. So Donald Trump has to do something with the sanctions. It's all connected. You cannot, single out some other some issues and say they're not related to each other. It's all connected. It doesn't matter what Donald Trump is trying to do. He has to accept some way or another, if he wants to do something about the use of dollar in the Persian Gulf, he has to reduce the sanctions or remove the sanctions on Iran. And because if not, it doesn't work for Iran.
Well, Iran's made it clear. That was one of their 10 points. Remove the sanctions, lift them, and give us back our damn money. You still got frozen assets. Give that back. I'm not an Iranian official, and so they don't consult with me. But I'd go back and make that just as clear as possible. We're not budging 1 inch on these. These are non-negotiable terms. Lift the sanctions now. Stop that, and return our frozen assets. Then we can talk. It's like if you had a let's say you were no longer married, but you had a girlfriend, and she wanted to get back together with you. Okay, fine, but you got to stop seeing all these other guys. Okay, you're going to be with me. You're going to be with me, and that's sort of got to be Iran's position with the United States. Hey, sanctions, no, that goes away. You can't keep having sanctions and want to have a relationship with us. It's not how that works. If you want to have normal relationship, get rid of all the sanctions. And frankly, that should be the position of Russia too, with the United States. I think the U.S. has grossly overplayed its hand through trying to coerce people through the various sanctions to behave in a certain way. And these are independent countries are saying, no, we're not going to succumb to that.
Yeah, there was a report on PBS, and here is the reporter asking Donald Trump, will Iran attend the talks in Islamabad? Donald Trump, the answer of Donald Trump is, I don't know, but they are supposed to be there. And he was asked, if they don't, what would be the reaction? He says that's fine too. If they do that, that will be great. If they don't, that it will be great. I don't know what does he mean by that.
Oh no, well, yeah, he's gonna get to beat his hairless chest and then bomb Iran some more, which is gonna create further obstacles to having any kind of negotiated outcome, because the United States cannot militarily defeat Iran. In practical terms, people say, "Oh, that's what if." Yes, if the United States went on a complete war footing, mobilized, 3 million, 4 million men, shut down all industry, had to be directed towards supporting the war effort like we did in World War II. Yeah, we could defeat Iran. It'd be costly. We'd lose a lot of people in the process, but we'd quote win. And then what do you have? This is this is more like the battle. I call it the Battle of New Guinea in World War II. What's fascinating, if you study the war in the Pacific, starting with Guadalcanal, the Marines landed and they fought a 6-month, 7-month battle, finally defeated the Japanese. And then while this was going on, there was the landed Marines in New Guinea, and it's a fairly large island, not a tiny one, and the fighting on New Guinea, despite all the United States was island hopping and taking other places, Tarawa, Saipan, Okinawa. The fighting on New Guinea continued. It was that they were still fighting there, and there were still Japanese fighting even after the peace treaty, the peace agreement was negotiated in August or September of 1945. And I just illustrate that in a sense, the nature of the terrain and the type of conditions at New Guinea were such that the U.S., even though it was fully mobilized for war, could not defeat the Japanese there. And that's sort of what I draw the parallel. That's what Iran represents right now to the United States. Yeah, the United States can unleash a lot of military force, but it doesn't have all the components needed to, quote, defeat Iran. Or if it decided to make the effort to create those components, it would be so costly that it would really harm the United States. So that's why I say there's no viable military option.
Laurie, there was an interview with one of the former commanders of the army in the United States. I forgot his name, but he said literally in this interview, said that we can do the same as we did in Iraq. We can go there, we can send the people there on the ground to grab some part of Iran and to keep it and to sustain the situation. And just comparing Iran to Iraq is just mind-boggling. I mean, what is happening in the mind of these people who are basically military experts and who were part of the operation? He was part of the operation in Iraq.
Yeah, well, you got it. You'd love to question him and say, okay, let's stop for a minute. So what was possible in Iraq was made possible because we had assembly areas in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. So we could gather U.S. forces en masse, 165,000. But where are you going to do that now? And really, and you're talking about a ground operation. How much Iranian territory do you think you can seize and hold? Because Iran, he doesn't realize probably that Iran's 4 times the size of Iraq, and look at all the trouble we had trying to control Iraq with just 165,000 troops. Iran will be a much more formidable obstacle. And then it was compounded by the fact that right now we don't have any place that we can take all these troops, get them equipped, geared up, ready to go to battle. Because Iran has ballistic missiles that can reach any point within, 2,000 miles.
Donald Trump has decided to extend the suspension of sanctions on Russian energy. I don't know how.
Well, sort of. So if you've read the Besant, so Besant came out last Thursday initially said, okay, yeah, we're cutting them off, which was incredibly stupid because that was really targeting. This is more to target China than it is Russia. Mm-hmm. But then he came out and they gave, quote, a waiver. But when you read the conditions, say, okay, in any oil that's on a Russian vessel or that comes from a Russian source as of April 17th, and that was last week, 3 days ago, will not be sanctioned until May 18th. Well, sorry, that's not a lifting. That's just a temporary reprieve. You need to lift the sanctions. And that's, again, I think the Russians need to lead the way on this with respect to the United States, just saying, no, you want to sanction us and you want to do it, yet you want to talk. We're not talking. We're not saying a damn thing to you until these sanctions are lifted. That's a requirement. Get rid of them. Otherwise, let's press this militarily. I really think that that's the only thing the United States is going to understand, force, because we've gotten so accustomed that we can go out and use force with not suffering any consequences. And once we start suffering consequences, then all of a sudden it's going to create enough momentum that people say, well, we don't want to be involved with that. We don't need to be involved with that.
Yeah. Larry, here is the official, we have a statement from Iranians. It was published on Tasnim news agency. They're talking about the United States naval blockade, as well as other excessive demands, do not show a clear horizon for a diplomatic path. These excessive demands, if they are not amended, show that negotiations with the United States are a waste of time. So I think we have some sort of clear picture of what's going on.
Were they recording what I was saying?
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah. This ain't complicated. The actions of the United States, you have to step back and look and say, is it conciliatory? Is it actually trying to make progress? Or is it, window dressing with threats? Well, it's window dressing with threats. And not just threats. I mean, they've taken action. They've already boarded. They have committed another act of war. And, you can't overlook. The United States wants to pretend that, let's just talk and we'll put all these issues behind us. No, you attacked us with no warning, unprovoked, and in the process, you killed 168 of our children. You just, to the United States, damn you to hell. You can't do that. There's no amount of money is going to bring those little girls back. And that is what you are. You're a group of murdering thugs. And that's unfortunate. And that's all that reflects what Donald Trump is. So, until the United States makes the right gesture, and then it starts with stop the blockade right now. Don't even threatening us in public. Show that you want a deal. But you keep on with the threats and then the action. There's nothing to talk about.
The whole situation with the talks, with this second round of talk, it shows somehow it could be a cover for what they want to do, to attack. While they're trying to pretend that they want to negotiate, at the same time attacking Iran. I think that could happen. And Iran knows that. Iran is prepared for that, because I talked with Professor Marandi. He said that Iran is prepared for that, and because they don't believe that the United States is serious in these negotiations.
Yeah,
And-
no, correctly so. You know, I think it's just a ruse. You know, if Trump comes out and unilaterally announces, okay, we're extending the ceasefire, but he's not doing that. He's talking about, again, bombing all power stations and bridges, turning the lights off in Iran. He's, you know, that's not just a negotiating tactic. That's a threat to the well-being of the civilians. It is an attack on the civilian population.
Larry, looking at the big picture, and we know that all this madness, this chaos that is happening both in Ukraine and in the Middle East, in the West Asia against Iran, is somehow connected to the global economy, how they can run the global economy, dominate the global economy. And you wrote a piece on your website about the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, which is going to be in June, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And how important and how crucial is that for the future of, you know, the global economy and the way that BRICS or the global South sees this, in these two conflict together with the solution for this sort of chaos that is happening?
Yeah, the SPIEF, you know, St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, is really, it's something to behold. I attended in 2024. I hope to go back this year, but the number of countries that show up for that, and it highlights both the business opportunities, economic opportunities in Russia, which is, you know, quite formidable. So this shift that's underway to the creation of a new economic order with BRICS as sort of the foundation of it. Russia and China are the two key cornerstones to it. But within that, Iran is going to play an increasingly important role in the future. Once this war is concluded, or once it is freed from all of the Western sanctions. But actually, part of the beauty of BRICS is West can impose those sanctions, and BRICS is now creating an alternative that's outside the sanctions, so that countries, you're going to take our dollars. We don't deal with dollars anymore. So okay, take it. It would be like, I think I told you the story when we were doing a product counterfeiting investigation, and this one guy who was in Panama, a fellow named Nidal Waked, he was involved with product counterfeiting, and I thought I had him. I got him in his office, and I said, "Boy, if you don't stop this, you're going to suffer, because I'm going to go to the embassy and make sure you never get a visa." And he laughed at me, opened his drawer, he pulled out, he had like a Canadian passport, he had a Colombian passport, he had a European Union passport. Go ahead. I don't need the United States. This is what his message was. And that's sort of where I think I see the BRICS nations going. And SPIEF is just, St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is just one other venue for these people come together, they interact. It's a big deal. And then you see that with also the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And then, BRICS is going to be like the hub of a wheel that brings all the different spokes that run in. I think BRICS will be the unifier. You're muted.
Larry, we know that Israel has defined a yellow line in the southern part of Lebanon, as you mentioned. And looking at some villages in the southern part of Lebanon, it look like Gaza, because they're destroying everything.
Yeah.
They want to, I think the long-term strategy is to not just occupy, but to annex the southern part of Lebanon.
Correct.
That is happening. And how do you see the understanding of the Lebanese government and the way that they're trying to, because they said that they're going to have the second round of negotiation on Thursday.
Yeah.
between Israel and Lebanon?
It's emasculated. It has no power. What's it going to threaten Israel with? Its army is weak, so the only way for Lebanon to be truly effective is the Lebanese government, the Christians. It's basically the Lebanese Christians are going to have to unite with Hezbollah. They unite with Hezbollah, create a united front. Then all of a sudden, Israel will have a formidable foe to contend with. They're already suffering at the hands of Hezbollah. But then if that's combined with the rest of Lebanon, then it'll be a more difficult challenge for Israel to try to control it.
Thank you, Larry. Let's see what would happen. I think
yeah, we're good.
Time goes by.
We'll know by Friday, but unfortunately, bombs will be flying by then.
Just let me read a joke right now from Donald Trump, which was published by Al Jazeera. It says Donald Trump says breaking Al Jazeera, and Trump says Iran deal to be signed today in Pakistan.
Was that serious? I mean, that's
serious. Al Jazeera just reported breaking.
Oh God,
it's just unbelievable, unbelievable.
Hey, Trump has a rich fantasy life. I'll give him that. All right,
thank you, Larry.
My son, go forth and prosper.
Thank you. See you soon, Larry.
Later, man.
Are driving central banks.
We were saying goodbye on Friday afternoon.
That was fun on Friday.
Wow. Yes, it was, my dear man. Why would Iran negotiate with the U.S. after it seized a cargo ship in an act of piracy on the high seas?
Well, Iran makes a point of always saying it's open to talks, just like the Russians do. But whether to think that it could be inflexibility in the U.S. approach after these last acts is debatable. So I'm not even sure if they're coming to the talks in Islamabad. That was still up in the air last time I checked. But with Witkoff, I almost said Selikoff. Now, let me just explain why I had that brain thing. Selikow was like Witkoff, a member of the president's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board during and before Iraq. Okay, and what made me think of his name was what he said. What he said even before the attack on Iraq was the real threat is the threat that we perceive against Israel. And this, mind this now, quote, this is the real threat that we dare not speak its name because the Europeans don't care deeply about that threat. I will tell you frankly, and the American government doesn't want to lean too hard on it rhetorically because it is not a popular sell. Oh, okay. So that was before the attack on Iraq. And he's on the same board that Scowcroft, the former national security advisor under the first Bush and Reagan, okay? And what did Scowcroft say? He said that Sharon, who was then the Netanyahu prime minister, had Bush, the younger Bush, wrapped around his little finger. He had him mesmerized. If further proof were needed, we have the guy who ran the Al Qaeda branch for CIA, Mike Scheuer. He says, quote, "The Israelis have succeeded in lacing tight the ropes binding the American Gulliver to Israel and to its policies." So what do I mention all this? I mean, hello, it's deja vu all over again. That's what got us into Iraq. Now it's got us into a war with a much more formidable adversary, but it's the same script. And, you don't have to believe me, and you don't have to believe the Iranians, but the Iranians did say something really interesting over the weekend. And that is the top negotiator, the head of the parliament. And what did he say? His last sentence in this wonderful paragraph, he says, U.S. government claims that America first is the important thing. But in practice, it has shown that Israel is first for it because it makes decisions based on false information from the Israeli authorities. False information. Just read the lead New York Times article on April 8th, and you have the whole schmear, false information, why it all happened, and exactly how it all happened. So you have Rubio saying the same thing. You have Joe Kent saying the same thing. It's just a repeat of what always happens. And the problem is that the Americans, most of them just say, oh my, I don't understand this because there's no plan, there's no strategy. Yeah, there's no strategy. It's done for Israel. It's Israel stupid, as we would say, as elections approach. It's the economy.
Right now, the vice president and his two Zionist minders, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are there in Islamabad, and the Iranian delegation is not. And according to our friend and our mutual friend and our colleague, Mohammed Marandi, Professor Marandi, there is no current plan to attend. Now, I don't know if this is because of the continued killing by the Israelis in Lebanon, or if it's because of the American Navy disabling and seizing the Iranian cargo ship. We don't know, and I guess we got to wait.
Well, it is the latter. It is the latter. That's what the Iranians have said. In other words, as soon as we kept the blockade in, the Iranians said, "No deal. We're gonna make sure that nobody gets through the strait anymore." Killing of people in Lebanon is certainly important. And I would again cite that there's something sort of, what's the word, idealistic about the Iranians here. The rich Arabs don't give a rat's patootie about the Palestinians or the people in occupied Lebanon, but the Iranians, not even Arabs, they do. So this arc or this axis of resistance is real. And it's legitimate because it's resistance to occupation, and that's condoned by international law to include the use of violence. And I don't like violence, but hey, it's legal what they're doing.
To say nothing of this, I don't know if you've seen this, the IDF soldier who desecrated a crucifix and had his buddies film him doing it. The IDF has, in fairness to it, condemned this and said they'll investigate it. Chris, can you post it? But what kind of a mentality or culture would even think of doing something like this? Chris will get it up in just a minute. Well, it's a decapitation of an image of Jesus on the cross, where the cross is upside down. There you have it. Using a sledgehammer to desecrate this life-size crucifix and having your friends film you while you do it. We're showing you stills, Ray, because the video is a little too much to watch, but it's actually a video. Chris extracted the stills from the video.
Yeah, well, let me comment on that, Judge. As disturbing as that is, what bothers me far more are the deliberate killing of 163 young Iranian girls
Oh,
between.
of course, of course,
Yeah.
of course. But this just happened yesterday, and I'm sure it's animating
Yeah.
the Iranians as well as all rational people who have a heart.
Well, yeah, let me just put a codicil to that. I'm old enough, so I remember when we Christians accused the Jews of killing Jesus. As a matter of fact, Robert Scheer, a neighbor in the Bronx, with whom I do a program now, he says, "Why did you guys come into my neighborhood and say, why did you kill our Savior Jesus?" Now, when I was real little, the Catholic Church sort of rejected that theory, say it wasn't the Jews, it was the Romans, and it was the empire. Okay, that's a big difference. It was the empire and their satraps like Julius Caesar, the people that they put in. They were afraid that Jesus was going to be a king, and he got quite a following. So you zap him, you crucify him. So the reason I'm saying that is that when Larry was commenting on that, it was a flashback to the old days. I'm sure Larry didn't mean this, and he's far younger to remember the old days. But we don't want to say the Jews crucified Jesus. It was the empire. And if Jesus didn't threaten the empire, he could have died very safely in his bed as a Hebrew prophet of great renown. So it was the empire. That's why they killed him. And that's why the U.S. and the Israeli are trying to keep the same empire with their various satraps parceled around. And it's kind of ironic that Netanyahu, who's no satrap, he's kind of ruling the roost and telling Trump what to do.
You have been saying for weeks that Trump is mentally degraded. My phrase, not yours, but you've used words to that effect. How about this? On Saturday, President Trump said, soon the Americans and Iranians together will be excavating the Iran nuclear enriched materials. This is crazy.
Yeah, I've been saying that he's not well. That's the understatement of the year. This is serious. I mean, if a fellow with narcissistic and megalomania tendencies, I mean, something's got to give here. And the reports out of that meeting in the White House on Saturday night have some validity to them, because if Trump did ask to practice with the nuclear codes and he was told, no, sir, yes, sir, no, sir, by Maurice Kane or the others, that's a good sign. I just hope that our military is strong enough and courageous enough to withstand any impulse to do the kind of Samson option, or to allow the Israelis to do it, because that would change the whole ball game, as you well know.
Right, right. Is the Strait of Hormuz open or closed, Ray?
It's closed. It's closed unless the Iranians say you can come through and pay top dollar. I mean, now we have that ship that the U.S. shut up and boarded, and that was on its way back from China through the Malacca Strait, and it was on its way back to Iran, and it was still in the Arabian Sea. Now they got that, but it wasn't anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz. So Hormuz is,
that is clearly an act of piracy.
Oh, it is, yeah. And you know, if the Iranians had any idea of sending some people to meet with J.D. Vance and the two Zionists, well, I'm sure that, well, they said that was it. No meeting. And there was still some speculation this morning they might come, but I don't think they come in. Where should they come? So we can expect the worst now, unless the military comes to Trump and says, look, you know, we can't do more damage except for some more girls' schools and some more hospitals and stuff. We've hit all the decoys. They hit all the decoys. There are thousands of decoys. We got them all. but we're not going to prevail here unless they do that, unless they resist orders from Trump, if he's really crazy enough to try to put to land troops on Iranian soil, we're in for a real war here, and we're not going to win it. Just look at the map, for God's sake. Why do we think we can win these kinds of wars?
Here's the two-bit political hack who is masquerading as the U.S. ambassador to UN. No diplomatic experience whatsoever, and the clip will run for you manifests that. By the way, he lives across the street from me. I've never seen him in the neighborhood, but I know that the United States has a series of apartments in the apartment building across the street from me, very near to the UN. I haven't seen him. Here is Mike Waltz yesterday, Chris number 4.
I hope we don't have to go back to a military option, but President Trump's made it very clear. And by the way, bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically. That is a false, fake, and ridiculous notion that this is some type of war crime.
Schools run by the IRGC with little girls in them, Mike Waltz.
Yeah, if you do see him, say hello for me, Judge. The guy's no diplomat. I mean, they've had to find a job for him because he screwed up royally as national security advisor. So, this is the kind of people we have placed at the UN and elsewhere. They're an embarrassment. And if you look at some of the Security Council proceedings, my God, you have a willing audience for people like the Russian representative, who actually ridicules the Europeans and the others. And actually, it's not a hard job to ridicule them because he's got the facts at his command. Only problem is everyone has a veto, those five nations. And so the US can exercise that veto. Usually the UK will follow along.
But he is dead wrong to say that it is not a war crime to attack civilian bridges and power plants. The only reason for doing that would be to inflict misery on a civilian population, which largely has no control over its government.
Yeah, actually, that's terrorism. The only way he's a little bit right is that we did this before. We did this in the first Gulf War. We damn bombed the dams. We hit the electric facilities. We put Iraq back 5-10 years, and we did that deliberately, even when we had won. So, yeah, if that's the kind of precedent you want to cite, okay, yeah, we did it before. That doesn't make it any less than a war crime.
Yeah. Are the Israelis still killing innocent civilians in Lebanon?
They are, and of course in Gaza. Let's not forget Gaza. It can get depressing. I was watching our friend Professor Morandi yesterday on another show, and he was saying, look, it is depressing. It's a very bleak picture, but look, don't feel guilty. We don't hold you Americans responsible. We hold your government responsible. So you are not allowed to feel guilty unless you are not doing the kinds of things that you can do to stop it. I said, wow, that sounds like Rabbi Heschel during Vietnam when he said, look, we're not all guilty, but we are all responsible. Indifference to evil is more noxious and more guilty than evil itself. So as long as all of us are trying to prevent this, and there's a great wellspring of people who are against waging war against Iran because of Israel, it's becoming clear that Israel no longer is inviolate and no longer can pretend to be very popular in the United States. That's a sea change, and it's late in coming, but it's so well deserved. After all, we are a country that has enabled genocide and forced starvation, and now a nation that has waged a war that fits the term of a war of aggression, the supreme international crime, differing from other war crimes only insofar as it contains the accumulated evil of the whole, from Nuremberg, as you well know, Judge. What Morandi is saying, this is depressing as hell. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to survive tomorrow. But look, let's realize we still have agency, And as long as you're doing what you can do, well, don't feel guilty. Just do it. I like that.
Yeah. Do you agree with Larry that there seem to be a lot of indications that the Americans and the Israelis are going to try this additional wave of bombing as just threatened by Mike Waltz?
I've learned with sad experience, Judge, never to disagree with Larry on things like this. I mean, yeah, of course he's right. I mean, of course. I think that the odds are in favor of more bombing. They think bombing is the panacea. You know, Kevin says, General LeMay, for God's sake, you bomb people out of existence. Well, it doesn't work, okay? So there'll be renewed bombing. My God, if there's a landing of some kind, if they try to find those highly enriched uranium things and then try to dig them out, I mean, that's going to be bedlam. We tried that already, as your viewers know. Didn't work. We don't even know where they are, in my view.
Right. Ray McGovern, thank you very much, my dear friend. Great analysis, as always. And we'll see you on Friday with our mutual friend, who's never wrong, Larry Johnson.
Have a good week.
You too, Ray. Thank you. Coming up, if you're watching us live in 38 minutes at 11 o'clock this morning, Professor Jeffrey Sachs at 2 this afternoon, Kyle Anzalone at 3 this afternoon, Scott Ritter, Judge Napolitano for Judging Freedom.
Panicking and looking so desperate as Iran says it has no intention of showing up in Islamabad for further negotiations with the United States on coming up with any deal until the Trump regime agrees to the 10-point negotiating framework that it previously agreed to, and to stop threatening Iran to move away from its non-negotiable points, which Iran has said it will never move away from. Now, the Trump regime has already started to send military and civilian aircraft into Pakistan in advance of potential talks with Iran. At the same time, Iran says they will not be sending any of their negotiators to show up unless and until the United States removes the blockade from the Persian Gulf, and unless and until Donald Trump stops lying about Iran's negotiating position. Now, Pakistan's Field Marshal Munir, who is the top official in Pakistan, has told Donald Trump, Iran really is not going to show up as long as you have this blockade and as long as you keep on threatening to destroy their civilization and to destroy all of their bridges and civilian infrastructure. There's no way to engage in a negotiation, Donald, while you continue to say that. Nonetheless, Donald Trump is already sending in his advance team for negotiations. I mean, it's a fairly desperate move that while Iran is saying they're not showing up, and they're publicly saying they're not, they may show up, but they're posturing as though they won't show up. Donald Trump is rushing his team to show up in Islamabad to basically wait for Iran. You can see the plane right there flying in to the Nur Khan Air Base near Islamabad a short while ago. As noted, Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir told Donald Trump that the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is blocking renewed U.S.-Iran talks. Trump said that he would consider it, but then Donald Trump went on social media moments ago and posted the following this morning. Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I watch and read the fake news pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and made up stories. The polls are rigged, much as the 2020 presidential election was rigged. Just like the results in Venezuela, which the media doesn't like talking about, the results in Iran will be amazing. And if Iran's new leaders, regime change, ! Are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. DJT. So he's already toning down his rhetoric a little bit, but I mean, he still is ranting and raving like a lunatic. And what Donald Trump's military generals are saying, it's Donald, if you want to go in for a ground invasion, if you want to talk tough, we have the capabilities to do that, but we're going to incur massive casualties. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of American soldiers are going to die, but we can complete this mission. Is that what you want us to do? And then Donald Trump's like, no, I don't want us to do that. Okay, well, what do you want us to do? Watch me go on social media and I'm going to post things in all caps, and that'll show Iran we're going to threaten. Iran recognizes that Donald Trump isn't just a paper tiger. He is the most paper tiger that there is. He talks tough. He has this bluster and bravado, but if you followed him before, he always backs down when you confront him. And that's what Iran realizes. They see Donald Trump as terrified of markets crashing. They see Donald Trump as always chickening out in that taco meme. And that's why they continue to mock him over and over again. I mean, they're posting these, again, these AI memes of him drinking crude oil. They're posting their Lego videos. A new one just dropped. I'll just show you 10 seconds of it. Here, play this clip.
Your billion-dollar fleet is just turning the
Iran's posting pictures like this today. Too American. Your enemies aren't in Iran. They're in the Epstein files. Or posts like this from Iranian social media accounts. Battleships that were supposed to defeat an alien armada are wandering for cargo ships? Why so serious? Isn't that called piracy? This says the U.S. Navy has trained its sights on Iranian or Iranian-aligned cargo ships to interdict, and Iran saying, didn't you say you were going to force us to unconditional surrender and you were going to destroy us? And now you have the U.S. Navy, the most powerful Navy in mankind, in humankind, basically functioning as pirates going into cargo ships that are sending goods and material to China. And then Iran's social media account writes, with any equation moving from unconditional surrender to writing about a cargo ship, one of many is a loss, a big loss. And the main reason is being trapped inside a Zionist war machine. They're just mocking Donald Trump. Free oil market for all, they're posting. And it's social media post after social media post like this. We also then heard from Iran's foreign minister spokesperson who said the following: we have no plans for the next round of negotiations. At no stage of ongoing or previous negotiations has the issue of transferring Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles to the United States or any other country been raised. And fundamentally, this option is not on the agenda of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran does not recognize any deadlines or ultimatums in securing its national interests. Safeguarding national interests will continue for as long as necessary. And in the event of any new adventurism by the United States or the Zionist regime, the armed forces will respond decisively with full capability. We see no signs that the U.S. is serious about advancing diplomacy, Iran's foreign minister spokesperson says. Multiple signs point to the exact opposite. The U.S. side constantly changes its demands, but we remain steadfast. Some issues are simply unacceptable, and no amount of insistence on them will change our positions. And so you're hearing statements like that. So then Donald Trump calls up the various regime medias and propagandist medias and people who will just generally serve as his stenographer. So he calls up the New York Post because he's like, oh crap, the markets are tanking again. They realize that I did another market manipulation on Friday, duh. So he pulls the same stunt. He calls up reporters so they can print his words to filter it through their newspapers or their websites to make it seem, oh, well, they're publishing it, so maybe they did diligence when they didn't. So Donald Trump's like, I have no problem going to Islamabad myself. Maybe I will go to Pakistan and I will do the negotiations. I assume at this point nobody's playing games. We're supposed to have talks. Then Donald Trump called up a reporter from The Hill, Julia Manchester, and she just publishes exactly what he says, word for word. Trump told me over the phone that he disagrees with Energy Secretary Chris Wright's assessment that gas prices may not drop until next year. No, I think he's wrong on that. Totally wrong, Trump said. Okay. But don't you see the scheme and the scam and the fraud that he posted? Let me show you the words of his energy secretary yesterday, the person in charge of this, who said that they expect to have very high gas prices through 2027. Here's what he says. Let's play this clip right here.
Industry. So when you were on the show March 8th, I asked you when gas prices would go under $3 a gallon for regular unleaded. You said, quote, in the worst case, this is not a month's thing. That was 6 weeks ago. So we're still within the weeks realm, but we're 2 weeks away from the month's thing. When do you think it's realistic for Americans to expect that gas will go back to under $3 a gallon?
I don't know. That could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year. But prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
But it might not be under $3 a gallon until 2027.
Under $3 a gallon is pretty tremendous in an inflation-adjusted terms. We had that in the Trump administration, but we hadn't seen that in inflation-adjusted term for quite a long time. We'll get back there for sure.
Who's leading the delta?
Whether you're planting now or later, Fast Growing Trees has everything you need to make your dream yard a reality, starting with the best quality and selection of plants delivered to your door. Fast Growing Trees is America's largest
talking points that bear no reality to what's really happening on the ground. Play this clip.
And yesterday, the president told me that he is expecting the Iranians to sign this agreement tonight. And if they don't sign it, he said that the U.S. will blow up every single power plant and bridge and more in Iran. Your reaction in terms of where we stand?
Well, certainly you would think the Iranians would have learned a lesson by now, and that is when this president says something, he means it, and he has proven that to them. And yet they still don't understand, which I think is an indication, first of all, that they just don't get it. Secondly, of the deep hatred that they have for America. And this is something that he's trying to address right here, and I applaud him for doing that. We've got to end this reign of terror that has existed for 47 years. And, high gas prices, nobody likes that, but except for Democrats and John Ossoff, they like it. I remind you of June of 2022 when price of gas was $5 and $6 a gallon. But we will see gas prices come down again. You saw last week when we had a temporary opening of the Strait of Hormuz that prices came down. The price of oil per barrel was lower than $80. They'll come down again as soon as we can get this resolved.
So many things underway and going.
Then you had Democratic Congress member Ro Khanna go on Maria Bartiromo's show. And fortunately, he was pushing back. It was good to see Ro Khanna on that show. Play this clip.
Same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
Well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you...
By the way, while we're on the topic of the media, just want to give a hat tip to Jude Legum because he pointed out something that I was about Jared Kushner's diplomatic role with Iran that mentioned Kushner has received billions from the Saudi government. He looked at it from February 28th to April 19th. The New York Times, 5 out of 58. The Washington Post, 1 of 43. Wall Street Journal, 0 of 40. Associated Press, 0 of 26. CNN Wire, 0 of 18. New York Post, 0 of 17. Chicago Tribune, 0 of 4. LA Times, 0 of 4. In other words, in these articles that reference that Kushner is serving as like a chief negotiator and a diplomat in this area, even though he's not Senate confirmed and nobody wants him to be doing this, that he has all of these business entanglements to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. Glenn Greenwald says, so during Trump's second term, Jared Kushner became a billionaire. The net worth of Trump's 3 sons exponentially skyrocketed as they're doing all of these deals with Middle East nations and throughout the world. They're doing drone deals and crypto deals and all of these quid pro quos. And Don Jr. has a club called the Executive Branch Club. I think you pay him $500,000 for great access to the Executive Branch Club. Barron Trump is apparently worth $120 million. Much, if not most, of this came from huge cash infusions from Persian Gulf tyrannies, Glenn Greenwald says. Hunter Biden, on the other hand, got $50,000 a month for Burisma to serve as a board member when he previously had a history after Yale Law School of being on multiple boards, including George W. Bush appointed him to be on boards. He was on Amtrak boards and he was on boards for UN food aid boards, and he was a lawyer from Yale. And the reason he was on the Burisma board to begin with is because they wanted someone with pro-American or pro-Western allegiances on the board so it wouldn't be fully controlled by Russian interests. And he was paid $50,000 a month, and that was viewed as the biggest scandal ever. Meanwhile, the Trumps are like quite literally grifting billions in what are like direct quid pro quos. Marjorie Taylor Greene this morning mocking Donald Trump and his regime. She reposted this account, Della Dream, and Marjorie Taylor Greene says, brilliant, mocking MAGA. MAGA talking to a normal person who voted for Trump. Here, play this clip right here.
Aren't you excited? The Strait of Hormuz is open. No. How could you not be excited? Because that was open before the war that Trump started for Netanyahu. And now a lot of people are dead and gas prices are really high. That's anti-Semitic. You're an anti-Semite. What the fuck?
And then you had Kevin Hassett, Donald Trump's national economic advisor. He went on and spewed a bunch of nonsense on CNBC this morning. Here's what he had to say. Play this clip.
Right. Well, I think that what's been happening more than anything else is that President Trump has been communicating with the American people on like what the current state of things is. And he's been talking about how negotiations are moving forward well. He truthed over the weekend that their talks are resuming. Now, there are a lot of people chattering in Iran that aren't necessarily in power who are trying to perhaps undermine their own colleagues. But the fact is that the President Trump's truths, you go back, look one after another, have given a very clear guide to the journalists of the country and American people about the progress that we're making. At the beginning, the president said in 4 to 6 weeks, we expect this could be resolved. And I think we're getting pretty close to that.
And again, it's lie after lie after lie. Oh, he's been so truthful. What are you talking? These people lie every moment of every day. And finally, speaking of that, let's remember the post that Donald Trump made on March 6, 2026, a very long time ago. Remember when Donald Trump posted the following, March 6, 2026? There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. And as our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, 3 of Trump's war objectives 6 weeks ago, in addition to seizing uranium, unconditional surrender, selection of a new leader of Iran by U.S. and allies, U.S. helps build Iran. Tell me what you think, folks. Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. And thanks for watching, everybody. Want to stay plugged?
Around 3.67, which means last week, in the middle of everything that's unfolding between the United States and Iran, something happened that didn't dominate the headlines. But in the midst of the spring meetings in Washington, D.C., at the IMF and World Bank, according to a story by the Wall Street Journal, the central bank governor of the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, quietly had meetings with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and senior Federal Reserve officials. Governor Khalid Mohammed Balama raised something that would have been almost unthinkable a year ago, that they may need financial help from the United States. In particular, they're said to have talked about a currency swap line with the Federal Reserve. Now, it's not a formal request, not yet at least. The Emiratis were careful to frame it as a preliminary discussion, just as a precaution. But the conversation happened. And the fact that it happened and the way it happened tells you almost everything you need to know about exactly what is going on inside one of the world's wealthiest, most carefully constructed economies in the world right now. Because alongside that ask, Emirati officials delivered a message that was subtly a warning to the United States itself as well. If the UAE runs short of dollars, it may be forced to use other currencies, such as the Chinese yuan, for oil sales and for international transactions. Now, here's why that yuan warning in particular matters. The UAE currency is pegged to the dollar, around 3.67, which means that its entire system depends on a constant access to dollars. Under normal conditions, it's not a problem. They have oil exports, they have tourism and global investments, which keep dollars flowing into the country. But in the war that we've had, those inflows have significantly slowed down, while the demand for dollars, whether it's for imports, for servicing debt, or other things like trade, all of it means that the dollar demand is very high. Now, if that gap widens any further, at that point, the UAE has to switch to using other currencies because dollars have become the bottleneck. They don't have them, and they need to maintain the dollar to the AED ratio. But the trade still has to continue, so they'll have to switch to the yuan or other currencies, most likely the yuan, given China's their largest, single most import partner. Now, the GCC countries lie at the foundation of the petrodollar and the dollar's preeminence as the world's reserve currency. That makes it much more than a financial story. It becomes a story about the architecture of this global economy that we all live in, since you're looking at the stability of the global energy markets, the trade routes, the financial system, and the future of the dollar itself. Now, currently, the UAE already has some pre-existing arrangements with China to use the yuan for certain trade items that it does with China. A small fraction of the oil that it sells to China is already sold in the yuan. And it already has a currency swap agreement with the People's Bank of China. And it's also positioning itself as a yuan clearing hub in the Middle East because of the amount of yuan that goes through that region overall. Now, the losses that the UAE has suffered from this US-Israel versus Iran war are staggering. Since February the 28th, more than $120 billion has been wiped from the Dubai and the Abu Dhabi stock exchanges alone. Over 18,000 flights have been cancelled. Real estate transaction volumes in the UAE fell 37% year on year just in the first 12 days of March, and 49% month on month. The UAE Minister of State, Reem Al-Hashimi, went on to ABC's This Week, and she confirmed that the UAE has absorbed over 2,800 missiles and drone attacks since this war began. It's become the most targeted country in this conflict, even more than Israel itself. Iranian strikes have hit the Burj Al Arab, the Palm Jumeirah, Dubai International Airport, which is one of the world's busiest airports in the world, which handles over 95 million passengers a year, was shut down completely on March the 1st. In a single day, more than 3,400 flights were cancelled across Dubai, Al Maktoum, Abu Dhabi, and Sharjah, and they're still not fully back online. The UAE exchanges halted trading for 2 days. Amazon's data centers in the UAE reported prolonged outages, which forced delivery services to be suspended. The UAE has maintained publicly that it has avoided the worst economic effects of the conflict, and that may be true. But more likely, they're understating the devastation that has occurred in the country. Emirati officials are said to have told their US counterparts directly that it was President Trump's decision to attack Iran that entangled their country in a destructive conflict whose effects may not be over right now and may even take many, many years. For decades, the UAE's success was built on one core assumption, that it could be open, connected, and stable in a region that was none of those things. Now the country has messaged that it feels that it's paying the price for someone else's war, and it wants to make sure that Washington understands that. The Gulf finance ministers, when they gathered in Washington this last week, told reporters they don't expect an easy or swift recovery either. Abu Dhabi has rushed to raise $4 billion in emergency debt from private investors at a premium. And it was specifically done at a premium to avoid a long drawn-out fundraising process. And that raises the question, is the UAE actually heading towards a financial crisis? Or is this simply a stress test on one of the Middle Eastern countries that has sold itself as being the most stable in the world? Western countries in recent months, from the United States to Canada to recently Italy, have all flocked to the region for capital. For Donald Trump, it raises major questions over those $13 trillion investments into the United States that he's touted endlessly, that I've raised this amount since coming into office. Much of that was from the Middle East, which, to be honest, many doubted would ever transpire, even when the Middle Eastern countries were in a much better shape than they are now. A Fed swap line is the mechanism that allows a foreign central bank to exchange its currency for the US dollars at an agreed rate. It's basically providing emergency dollar liquidity when a country's own reserves are coming under pressure. The Fed used them heavily during the 2008 financial crisis, and it extended them again at the start of COVID in 2020 to 9 central banks, including Mexico, South Korea, and Brazil. The countries with standing Fed swap lines read like basically a list of the America's own closest allies, the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Switzerland, and the European Union. The UAE is not on that list. And here's the complication. The Federal Open Market Committee, the 12-person body that controls Fed policy, is unlikely to approve a swap line for the UAE, not unless it certainly gets politically pressurized to do so, because it typically reserves these for relieving severe funding market pressures that could spill back onto the United States' own economy. And the UAE just has very few ties to the US markets than most of the traditional recipients of these Fed swap lines. But there is another route. The US Treasury, through its Exchange Stabilization Fund, can arrange swap lines independently of the Fed. And this is exactly what it did for Argentina last year. It gave Argentina a $20 billion swap, which was arranged directly by the Treasury Department. And that is the model that the UAE is now hoping that the US will use. And they're making that case in Washington at exactly the right moment. On the sidelines of these IMF and World Bank meetings, where Treasury officials reportedly invited the Gulf countries to outline their needs for infrastructure repair and economic rebuilding, and promised to put them at the front of the line if assistance was needed. But using that swap line uses a lot of domestic political goodwill. The Trump administration received a lot of flack last year when it organized the swap for Argentina. The Argentina swap line basically triggered a backlash in Washington because it looked like a taxpayer-backed bailout that was being done outside the Fed, and it raised concerns about not only risk and precedent, but also political overreach by the president. And that controversy is exactly why extending similar support to the UAE is far from guaranteed from Washington. The dollar's dominance in the global financial system basically rests on several pillars. One of the most important is its near exclusive use in oil transactions, the petrodollar system that has anchored the dollar demand for decades. If Gulf states now begin settling oil sales in yuan, even partially, even for a short period, that pillar starts to weaken. And the UAE knows this. That's why they said it. It's leverage. And it is extraordinarily well-calibrated leverage. Now, the message to Washington is precise. Support us, and the dollar system stays supreme in the Gulf. Walk away, and the alternative architecture is that China is drowned. It's been quietly building it for years, and it's starting to look much more attractive. The UAE has been deepening its ties with China, India, and other emerging economies for years now. Non-dollar trade mechanisms, currency swaps, parallel financial infrastructure, all of these conversations are already happening across the Gulf. And the UAE is not bluffing when it raises the yuan. It is describing a real option that gets more real with every week the conflict is continuing. The swap line request to Washington is right now their first move. It's a signal that says, well, we prefer to stay within your system, but we need to know that you're going to help us out. So Washington doesn't really have many options. The talks in Washington were explicit about the underlying fear driving all of this. The concern is about scaring away investors who once saw the UAE as a stable and secure place for their money. Now, there is one more pressure the UAE is navigating quietly. The UAE has threatened to freeze billions of dollars of Iranian assets held in the Gulf state. Now, it's a move that would sever one of Tehran's most important economic lifelines. But that move would also upend lucrative trade and banking ties that the UAE has with Iran. And it damages the UAE's ability to attract capital from other politically sensitive sources, including Russia. Now, despite US pressure so far, the country has withstood its ground not to do so. But every lever that the UAE pulls to align with Washington costs them something on the other side in terms of its carefully constructed neutrality position. For the UAE, its geography is daunting. It's a small country that's almost entirely dependent on getting its oil out through the Strait of Hormuz, which carries roughly 20% of the world's oil supply. Out of that, almost 12 to 13% is from the UAE. Everyday tankers move through this corridor, connecting these Gulf producers to those markets across Asia, Europe, and beyond. Now, the UAE thought it had a solution to when the Hormuz crisis occurred, and it does partially. Years ago, Abu Dhabi built the Habshan-Fujairah pipeline specifically to bypass the strait. It runs 400 kilometers overland from Abu Dhabi's oil fields directly to the port of Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman, outside the Hormuz. But its maximum capacity is only around 1.5 million barrels per day. And the UAE produces over 3 million barrels per day. So that pipeline moves, at the very best, half of what the UAE produces. The other half is basically stranded, or it's just simply not moving. So that is an immediate structural revenue problem that the country has. Then we have the infrastructure damage, which has compounded this whole issue. ADNOC, the UAE's national oil company, was forced to shut down the Ruwais refinery after a direct drone strike. The Fujairah oil industrial zone, the very hub the bypass pipeline goes into, has itself taken hits. So the bypass itself is under attack. Now, I have done a detailed vlog on the pipelines that the Saudis and the Emiratis have done to bypass the Hormuz. Do check that out. On the import side, though, the situation is even more exposed. The UAE imports approximately 90% of its food. Fujairah port is now absorbing all the rerouted shipping for the entire region, but it wasn't built to handle that kind of volume. So every additional transit adds cost and time to everything. Saudi Arabia's finance minister himself, speaking at the IMF and World Bank meetings in Washington last week, was very blunt about what recovery actually looks like. And he said, the basic logistics of scheduling tankers and bringing them back after the chaos we have seen will take possibly to the end of June. Anyone who's counting on a quick recovery, even when there is a total end of hostilities, will need to recalculate. End of June at the minimum. And the reality is they're trying not to scare people, so they're downplaying the actual issues. Now, the UAE isn't a normal economy. It has buffers that most countries can only imagine. Abu Dhabi alone controls 3 of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, the ADIA, the Mubadala, and the ADQ. Combined assets are estimated between $1.5 to nearly $2 trillion. Abu Dhabi's fiscal break-even oil price sits around $50 to $65 per barrel. Now, this is the number that allows the government revenues to break even. And as you know, oil is well over that. The Emirati dirham, as I mentioned before, is pegged to the dollar, around 3.67 AED for each dollar. And that rate is backed by its foreign reserve currencies, which currently stand around $270 billion. But remember, they're not currently able to sell much oil, tourism, or anything else that gives them foreign exchange due to this war. Now, S&P Global said as recently as March the 6th that the UAE's substantial fiscal, economic, external, and political flexibility will act as an effective buffer against the war's economic effects. But that was only a week into the war. Now, almost 9 weeks later, the war has proved to be much more costly than anticipated. And the S&P also warned in the same report that the potential for prolonged disruption to oil exports and damage to infrastructure adds a clear risk to their expectations, which is exactly what we have seen. Goldman Sachs, the top American investment bank, has said if the war continues through the end of April, the UAE GDP growth could shrink by around 5% this year. And the UNDP estimates that regional GDP across the Arab world can contract by between 3.7 to 6%. That's equivalent to around $120 to $194 billion that have been wiped away from the regional output. That would be the worst economic contraction that the region, including the UAE, has seen in decades. Now add that to an even bigger fault line that is usually ignored, and that is one that the UAE is really not one economy. It's two. Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they're not the same. Abu Dhabi has the oil. Abu Dhabi has the sovereign wealth funds. Abu Dhabi has the fiscal surplus. Dubai has the debt. After the 2009 financial crisis, Dubai accumulated somewhere in the region of $140 to $150 billion in government-related entity debt, bonds and obligations which were tied to state-linked corporations across various sectors: real estate, aviation, ports, and hospitality. Now, at that time, Abu Dhabi stepped in with an emergency bailout. But that debt hasn't disappeared. It was restructured, it was extended, and it's been rolling over ever since. And Dubai has all those fancy buildings that Iranians have been attacking. Dubai's massive tourism revenues have ground to a halt. Right now, the critical question is what happens to Dubai's credit when the markets decide that this conflict is not short-term. Emirates, for example, is now operating at only 75% of normal capacity. Etihad, the Abu Dhabi airline, is running at roughly 50%. Fly Dubai has dropped to just 1/3. Now, these airlines collectively generate tens of billions of dollars annually for the country. The direct hit to the aviation sector alone is estimated at between $1.5 to $2.5 billion in the first 1 month of the war. Across the entire GCC, aviation losses are expected to reach $40 billion. Then there's tourism. Tourism and travel contributed $70 billion to the UAE economy last year, 13% of GDP. More than 20 million international visitors arrived in Dubai in 2025 alone. It's one of the world's best places to go, has everything that you might desire. European visitors account for more than 20% of that total. Hotel bookings have collapsed. Prices have been slashed. Wealthy expatriates are reportedly, they've paid up to maybe $250,000 for private evacuation flights out of the country, out of the region. And it's not made up hypothetical stories. Just this last week, I met 2 expats who had come back from Bahrain due to the fears of safety of living there. Then there is the real estate. And this is where brand Dubai has taken its deepest wound. Dubai was one of the world's most dynamic property markets, recently as late last 2025, when transactions exceeded over $147 billion. All of this is being reflected in the country's bonds. The credit default swaps have widened. Now, these reflect what investors think, how likely it is that a country can repay its debt. When they widen, that means they think it's less likely. Rollover terms have suddenly become tighter. And suddenly that debt structure, which was manageable in a stable environment, will now become a live pressure point for the country. And that's Dubai 2.0 scenario. And it's no longer hypothetical. When Abu Dhabi is paying a premium to raise emergency cash quickly, you can understand the urgency underneath that calm public messaging. Bahrain, watching the same dynamics, set up a $5 billion swap line with the UAE earlier this month to improve its own financial stability across the region. The Gulf is quietly building emergency financial architecture in real time as we speak, and it won't be long before they're going to reach out to China as well. Panda bonds, currency swap lines, as they have done multiple times in the past. So where does this go? The disruption has a real possibility of triggering a systemic shift. The dollar anchor weakening, the Gulf states beginning to settle more transactions in the yuan, not because they want to necessarily, but because the infrastructure already exists. And when the pressure is sustained, supply chains and people will then permanently reroute. What about those data centers that we've all talked about that were coming to the UAE, to Saudi Arabia, because of those amazing solar energy that was available there? There's going to be a big question over that now, given the billions of dollars of cost that's going to be involved to set those up. The UAE's extraordinary run as this frictionless center of global commerce is beginning slowly to face a structural shift through which it cannot resolve it very easily by spending money alone. Now, the fault lines were always there between Abu Dhabi's wealth and Dubai's debt, between the UAE's global integration and its geographic position, between the resilience of its buffers and the structural dependency of its whole model. Those conditions no longer hold. For decades, the UAE's success was built on one core assumption, that it could be open, connected, and stable in a region that was none of those things. Now, the question is whether Washington is going to read this moment correctly. And given Trump's history, I'm not so sure. But whether it understands that the UAE stability is not just a Gulf problem, it's a dollar problem, it's a trade problem, and it's a global Western-dominated financial architecture problem. The question is whether Washington or Donald Trump reads this moment correctly, whether it understands that the UAE stability is not just a Gulf problem, it's a dollar problem, it's a trade problem, it's a United States problem, it's a Western global financial architecture problem. I am Najma Minhas with GVS Deep Dive. Thank you for joining me today.
The era of the petrodollar is facing its greatest threat yet. Behind closed in Washington, the United Arab Emirates has issued a silent but seismic ultimatum: provide a financial lifeline or watch the Gulf pivot to the Chinese yuan. This isn't just a request for help, it's the beginning of a historic decoupling. The numbers tell a story of desperation and strategy. UAE Central Bank Governor Khaled Balamah is demanding a currency swap line directly from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. With the Strait of Hormuz blocked and oil revenues in freefall, the UAE is burning through its reserves to defend its currency. They are no longer asking, they are warning. Washington's hesitation is Beijing's opportunity. The UAE has signaled it is ready to settle oil and gas transactions in yuan, a move that would shatter the dollar's 50-year monopoly on global energy. By weaponizing their trade flows, the Emiratis are proving that the greenback is no longer the only game in town. The bitterness in Abu Dhabi is palpable. Officials are explicitly blaming US foreign policy for the war with Iran that has scorched their infrastructure and scared away investors. Their message to the Trump administration is clear. You started the conflict. Now you pay to stabilize the fallout, or we find a new partner. This isn't a hollow threat. From the mBridge digital currency platform to existing swap lines with the People's Bank of China, the UAE has already built the financial rails to bypass the dollar. If the Federal Reserve denies them liquidity, the flip of a switch could move billions into the Chinese financial orbit. What we are witnessing is a fundamental shift in the global balance of power. The UAE is no longer a silent junior partner. It is a strategic player willing to dump the dollar to save its economy. In the high-stakes game of wartime finance, the Gulf has just placed a massive bet on the yuan.
Not a navy, but a swarm. Iran's mosquito fleet is small, it's fast, and it's deadly. They don't control the sea, they make it unusable. And in Hormuz, that's enough. Despite sweeping US strikes that reportedly crippled much of Iran's conventional naval power, a different and more elusive threat continues to shape the battlefield in the Persian Gulf. While Washington has highlighted the destruction of large warships, submarines, and military infrastructure, analysts say the real contest in the Strait of Hormuz is being driven by a far smaller and more agile force. At the center of this strategy is Iran's so-called mosquito fleet, a vast network of small, high-speed boats operated largely by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. These vessels, often equipped with machine guns, rockets, drones, and mine-laying capabilities, are designed for rapid hit-and-run operations in one of the world's most strategically vital waterways.
They call them mosquito fleets because they're small and annoying, and they hit. But they're enough to bite and be obnoxious.
For years, Iran has built two navies, a traditional fleet of frigates and submarines, many now damaged or destroyed, and a shadow force run by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, designed specifically for the tight confines of the Persian Gulf, according to US Navy and Pentagon assessments. That second force is now front and center, and they're cheap, replaceable, and built to overwhelm. According to defense analysts and Congressional Research Service reports, the fleet includes thousands of small, high-speed boats capable of racing at 40 to 60 knots, armed with machine guns, rockets, and, in some cases, anti-ship missiles or mine-laying gear.
In modern naval warfare, especially in narrow choke points, you don't need to control the sea. You just need to make it too dangerous to use.
The Strait of Hormuz carries roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply, according to the US Energy Information Administration, making even temporary disruptions a global economic threat. That's a significant form of leverage that Tehran is now trying to lean on. Plitzers said shutting it down completely would require a massive military effort, but Iran isn't trying to do that. Instead, it's executing a lower-cost, high-impact strategy that's proving harder to stop.
They've realized they don't have to actually mine the straits. A couple of drones and a couple of small boats have been able to choke the world's largest strategic waterway at risk without actually permanently closing it and wreaking havoc on the markets.
Unlike traditional warships, these boats are difficult to track on radar, easy to hide along Iran's coastline, and cheap enough to lose without strategic consequences. For US planners, the bigger concern may not be what Iran has left, but what it's willing to endure. While the world watches missiles arc across Middle Eastern skies, the more unsettling battle may be playing out beneath the surface. As the US-Iran war enters its second week, attention has turned to a weapon that sits quietly in the water, largely invisible and almost impossible to counter: the Ajdar, Iran's indigenous unmanned underwater vehicle. UVs, as they are known, are torpedo-shaped, autonomous or semi-autonomous craft that operate beneath the surface without a crew, capable of carrying explosives, loitering near shipping lanes, and striking targets with little to no warning. The Ajdar is Iran's own version of this technology, built indigenously and believed to be among the most operationally tested in the region. And it is a significant reason few ships are moving through the Strait of Hormuz. The Ajdar, which translates to dragon, is 8 meters long and 533 millimeters in diameter, built to launch from a standard torpedo tube. It runs on a lithium-ion battery powering a 20-kilowatt electric motor, capable of reaching speeds of up to 22 knots. At high speed, it covers 127 kilometers. In standby mode, it can loiter for up to 96 hours waiting. Its control surfaces are recessed into the hull and spring-loaded to deploy on launch, keeping its profile clean and its sonar signature minimal. According to defense analysts, the vehicle carries an estimated 50 kilograms of high-yield explosive, enough to cause serious damage to a commercial tanker or an armored warship. It detonates on contact or through magnetic influence and, once deployed, approaches its target without warning. Standard mine countermeasures are largely useless against it because it moves. Defense analyst Patricia Marins argues that the broader evolution of unmanned underwater warfare is reaching a turning point. And at this point, the West might not even have an answer for Iran's Dragon.
Effective countermeasures do not yet exist. We are talking about a technology that could put billions of dollars in naval investments at risk.
Iran is believed to have first deployed the Ajdar during the 2019 Fujairah tanker attacks, when 4 vessels were struck off the UAE coast. Norwegian insurer DNK concluded at the time that the attacks were carried out by Iran using underwater drones carrying between 30 and 50 kilograms of explosives. The Ajdar has since been significantly upgraded, with resources diverted from Iran's Valfajr and Hoot torpedo programs to develop a more advanced version. Marins, who has followed Iranian UUV development closely, is direct about what this means for the current conflict.
It's not Iran's ships that keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. It's a highly modern asymmetric arsenal of UUVs, USVs, UAVs, anti-ship missiles, and fast boats armed with missiles.
The Ajdar can be deployed from surface vessels, midget submarines such as the Ghadir class, or larger platforms operating on the seabed in shallow coastal waters where sonar detection becomes unreliable. Unlike a torpedo launch, which exposes the firing submarine to near-immediate counter-detection, an Ajdar deployment is extremely difficult to identify in real time.
It sucked.
As tensions with Washington spike again, Iran claims its attack drone production has surged tenfold in just 7 months after the brutal June 2025 war. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Brigadier General Ali Reza Sheikh, he says that Iran has woven military creativity and that too into a new defense doctrine, boosting that lessons from the 12-day conflict forced the US to the negotiating table. Analysts suggest Iran may be holding more than 17,000 ballistic and cruise missiles, far above many Western estimates. Well, as tensions simmer, questions are rising over whether Iran is quietly preparing for another round of conflict or not. Well, the sharp increase in drone production, it is being seen as part of a broader military expansion inside Iran, where defense industries, they have reportedly been operating on a faster pace since recent regional clashes. Officials that are linked to Iran's military establishment claim that new manufacturing lines, decentralized production unit, upgraded drone technology, they have significantly boosted outputs. Well, these drones, they are believed to include the long-range surveillance models as well as the attack variant designed for precision strike on land and maritime target. Well, military voices in Tehran, they argue that the experience of the recent conflict, it has reshaped Iran's defense thinking, pushing it towards faster production cycle and more flexible battlefield strategy. You know what? The emphasis on military creativity reportedly includes adapting commercial technology for the military use, improving the drones, and enhancing navigating system to operate in contested airspace. Ladies and gentlemen, this shift suggests Iran is focusing not on the quantity, but also on improving the sophistication of its unmanned system. At the very same time, though, the mention of large missile stockpile, it has drawn attention from defense analysts outside the country. While figures such as 17,000 ballistic and cruise missiles, that remains unverified. Well, they reflect long-standing concern about the scale of Iran's missile program. You know what? If that is accurate, then such a stockpile, it would represent one of the largest missile inventories in the whole region, significantly influencing the strategic calculation of both the US and Israel.
Closer to a resolution to the war? Is it going to be more diplomacy or is it going to be more bombs? Those are the questions we need to ask. And the signs that we have right now are frankly not encouraging. We have President Trump, who talked to Maria Bartiromo yesterday on Fox News and said that all of this stuff had been worked out. Everything had been arranged and there would be a deal signed in Pakistan on Monday night, which is tonight. Except that the Iranian side is saying, yeah, we're not even going to go to Pakistan. We're certainly not going to sign a deal that hasn't even been negotiated. So no, there is no end to it. President Trump in that same conversation to Maria Bartiromo said, if the Iranians don't agree to it, if they don't sign it, then we're going to go back to bombing. And he has specifically said he's going to bomb their energy infrastructure, their civilian infrastructure with bridges and all that kind of stuff. Massive. The Iranian side has said, if you do that, we are going to retaliate in a big way on the oil infrastructure throughout all the region and could potentially take up to a third of all of the Gulf oil offline. That would be catastrophic for the global energy realm. So the question is, are people coming to realize, is the reality of this situation starting to dawn on people so that maybe a lot of these public statements they say are just going to be for show, but behind the scenes, people are starting to say, oh, snap, there's some real problems here. Well, unfortunately, we don't know. We know some things behind the scenes. We have some sources here at the Daniel Davis Deep Dive, really in a number of different countries, which helps us. But a lot of this stuff is even kept for them. And a lot of these are just little snippets that we have. What we have to go by is what they're saying publicly. We can examine that for the reality of it and the legitimacy of it. And then we have to look, like we always will, at the ground truth. What is happening on the ground? And we see some disconnects here that are troubling, I'll just say. I want to start off, first of all, with the foreign minister of the UAE, who was on ABC News yesterday, that was talking about how they want to see this war resolved. And the foreign minister lays out this list of things that they would like to see happen. There's a problem with it. See if you can figure it out.
From our perspective, we do want to have peace in our region, but it can't be a bad peace. It can't be a peace where it doesn't address the root causes, which is Iran dealing with proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, having a nefarious missile and drone program, a nuclear enrichment program, being able to weaponize the straits. I mean, that I think is a really serious tool that the Iranians have taken forward, which is to hurt cities from Des Moines to Delhi in spiking up fuel prices, in spiking up food prices. They don't have the right to do that. And that's why what the president has put forward, which is to not allow them to take over the straits, is going to be really important moving forward.
Now, if you're just watching that segment on ABC News, you'll think, wow, she sounds very reasonable. She sounds very educated. She's very articulate. Man, what she says sounds pretty reasonable. Yeah, what's wrong with those people? Well, she's telling you a part of the story, and she talks about how it would be great to look at the root causes of this problem. Okay, great idea. What is the root cause for every bit of this that we see? Is it the nefarious actions of the Iranian regime? Is it the fact that they had a nuclear reprocessing capacity, which is distinct from a nuclear weapons program, which they did not have? They did have openly a nuclear power plant capabilities. They definitely had that. They didn't even hide it. They promoted it, as a matter of fact. That is legitimate and authorized by the Non-Proliferation Treaty from the IAEA, which we are a signatory to. Every nation has the right to peaceful process of nuclear material, which they were on, which, of course, we had a deal. Now, the root cause of this is our decision and choice to launch a war of aggression against Iran. Now, I know even saying that out loud makes a lot of Americans uncomfortable, if not outright angry. I don't care. That's the reality. It is an absolute irrefutable fact. There was no imminent threat. That is completely manufactured, made up. The president and vice president both at various times exposed that reality when they bragged about Operation Midnight Hammer having buried or entombed all of that nuclear material, the nuclear dust, as President Trump refers to it, underneath a mountain, under the rubble of a mountain. And then we've had satellites, according to President Trump, on all of that. So we know they haven't touched it. Ergo, it is 0% chance that they could have been within 2 weeks of having a nuclear bomb when they can't even access it, and you know they haven't. Therefore, it was a known lie, and everybody is aware of it because their own lips have confirmed it. Therefore, the war itself was unjustified. It was a war of aggression that should never have happened. And now, what a shock, there's retaliation from it, which Iran signaled ahead of time. In that same interview, she talked about having talked with the Iranians a couple of weeks before this war started. And that's where they were telling them and everyone else, we can certainly imagine, that if we're attacked, we're going to retaliate against the people in the region that were facilitating the attack. Now, it's interesting that one of the things that we say on our side that we want to have resolved from this, President Trump has mentioned it many times, is the cutoff of all the regional allies that Iran has, what we call their proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. But from the Iranian perspective, they're allies, they're not proxies. And from their perspective of the ones who were attacked twice in less than a year by our side, they're saying your proxies are the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, etc. So they're saying You attacked us and you attacked our proxies and what they called allies. Therefore, we're attacking you and your proxies, what we call allies, i.e., the UAE. So for her to sit there and say, look, what the Iranians are hurting everybody from Des Moines to New Delhi. And she says, why are food prices so high? And why has UAE been hit? Because the UAE was helping to facilitate America's attack with their military bases. So they got hit. Iran was very unequivocal about this, and they haven't hidden from it. They straight up said that's why. The same justification that Israel, by the way, uses to why it's attacking Hezbollah and why it was continued to go to war with Hamas and why it continues to fight periodically against the Houthis in the Yemen. Same logic. We just only want the logic to work on our side, and we don't want it to work on the other side, and we condemn them when it doesn't. Like this. She never mentioned any of that and that whole thing there. And she wants all of these things to come out and to work in her favor. Who's to blame her? That's what you're supposed to get, but you can't get there if you don't have a viable plan and if you don't acknowledge all of the reality, not just the part that you choose to. That is the problem that's across the board for the Western side, whether that's in Israel, whether it's in the United States, in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, you name it, Qatar. They're all saying similar things to this, and they're all self-blinding or putting their fingers in their own ears about our own culpability. And Iran has been the victim of this for decades. And now then we finally crossed the Rubicon to where they said no more. They signaled that ahead of time too. We just didn't believe them. Now they've acted on it. And so now here we are where we are. Whether we wanted it or not, whether it should or shouldn't have been, doesn't matter. This is where we are. The question is going to be, what are we going to do to get out of it? Now, from the Iranian side, they also talked about that. Their senior negotiator, Ghalibaf, who's also the speaker of their parliament, he said, we're going to have to earn trust back before they can get to a point to where they'll agree to any of the things that we want.
The point that the Americans must understand is that the United States has to decide to win the trust of the Iranian people. This is the most important step the Americans must take. If they truly intend to respond in good faith, they must abandon their approach to negotiations that is based on bias and a mindset of attempting to impose something on us. They have already experienced that such an approach does not succeed.
Well, at least we should recognize that. We should see that from the first 40 days of the war before the ceasefire went into effect, we can't compel them. We can't, by force of arms, force Iran into doing what we want. The power is just not there. And the challenge militarily to compel them is just profoundly bigger than what we have. We're not talking about little Syria. We're not talking about even little Iraq, relatively little Iraq. The military problem was little with Iraq or Afghanistan, for example. We could nearly do whatever we wanted in those states and did. Iran is, like I've said, 4 times bigger than Iraq, but far more than just the geographic size, how much bigger it is or how many more people live there. It's the type of geography, and therein is the problem that was self-evident to anyone willing to look at it with an open mind. And apparently many of our military leaders do have their eyes open and are aware of these problems, but our political leaders weren't, and their advocates weren't, because it should have been evident from the beginning. Let's say you're in the policy making period where you're like saying, all right, we're going to form a policy. What should we do? Let's take a look at the map, and you can see, those mountain ranges cover like a full third, I think, of the western part of the country. So you can say, all right, well, even if we had 1 million man army, we can't march through mountains. We'd be cut to ribbons. We'd never even get to Tehran, and we would be obliterated in between. So we can't do that. And because they've spent the last couple of decades building underground missile cities, we can't bomb those out, even if we use nuclear weapons, because they're designed, some of them, to withstand even that. So if we go in there and start a war, we can't knock out. It's not like they're just on the surface and we can go and take their mobile missile launchers out and stop that process. They'll be able to continue firing as long as we do. So we can't bomb them into submission. We can't go in on the ground. We can, I guess, kind of block the Strait of Hormuz, but then the problem is that they can also block it. So if we start blocking theirs, they'll block our part, and then that's going to be a problem. We can't do that. That's what should have happened. Even those 3 things I just did there in that like less than 1 minute. A rational person would have said, there's no military solution here because of the geography, because of their potential, their whole, whatever it is, 800 some odd miles of coastline that overlooks the Strait of Hormuz, that gives them the capacity to bring that thing to a halt in any one of a half a dozen ways easily. We should never start this. But we didn't do that. We started it anyway. We had to prove on the ground what a sober analysis could have done in about 60 seconds. But we didn't do that. So now we said, all right, well, let's try to prove it anyway. So we spent 40 days proving what I just explained to you in about 60 seconds. Anyone could have done it if they would have been willing to, but they haven't. Well, now then you would think, well, after those 40 days, well, surely now we realize we can't go in and take care of this militarily. It's just not going to work. But the problem is there are too many people on Trump's inner circle, inside of his inner circle, with a direct access to his ear. And many of these people are ideologues. They're more focused on the desires, I won't even say needs, the desires of another country, not ours. And they are oblivious to the kind of sober analysis that I just described to you, which is basic. Even if you've never been in the military, if you just have common sense and logic, all you got to do is look and see. And you can see, even if you want it badly, really badly, you can't get there from here with the resources that we have in light of the concept of the problem on the other side. But that didn't stop them. 40 days of physical proof didn't stop them. And so now then they're doubling down. And let's start, first of all, with Ambassador Huckabee, who was bragging on the moral clarity of the Israeli prime minister.
I'm grateful for the leadership that both of these leaders have brought, not only to bring back the values that are the underpinning of Western civilization and the Judeo-Christian foundation upon which our nations were built, but to stand with moral clarity in a way that most leaders are afraid to do. I stand here today with two world leaders who have the courage, the conviction, and the will. And it's an honor to be able to be with both of you.
He was talking about the other leader was the Argentinian president, Milei, who is in Israel. I don't know what, don't really care. But you see U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee talking with this moral clarity of the Israeli leader who is a blinded obsession. And it's matched by Huckabee, who has made all kinds of open declarations that he is way more interested in the Israeli side than he is the American side, but he also is blinded. That's so scary because he was at one time running to be president of the United States, and he has such lack of ability to understand how the military even works. And he is blinded by his obsession to do whatever the Israeli side wants, that he brags incessantly on the Israeli leader. I mean, he's like his personal spokesman. He's definitely not an ambassador of the United States of our interest to Israel. He is Benjamin Netanyahu's chief cheerleader. It's embarrassing for our country. Unfortunately, the embarrassment doesn't stop there. Now I want to go to you with, I think it was last night, Mark Levin, who has a TV show here in the United States, says that he is not looking for any kind of negotiated settlement. He doesn't want any kind of off-ramp. He wants to, quote, finish the job.
We have an isolationist swing among the Republicans. I don't see anybody doing what Donald Trump has done. They didn't do it before, and they're not going to do it after. And I'm worried about that. And I think the Iranians are thinking about that, too. You know, at the end of World War II, Patton, after we defeated Germany and all, and he said, well, let's finish off the Russians. They said, why? Because our military's here. We're going to have to do it one day anyway. Our military is there. I say we're there. Let's finish them off. That's the most permanent way to ensure that in the future, when there are other presidents, other secretaries of state, that this regime can't do it, because the regime will cease to exist, the people will be liberated, and peace will break out in the Middle East in many wonderful ways that we can't even think about.
Lord, he did not say that. I mean, that's like Donald Rumsfeld all over again. That they're going to welcome us with flowers, and they're going to be peaceful, and they're going to have freedom, and it's going to be wonderful. Peace will break out everywhere. I mean, that's almost a caricature, but he said it intentionally. He meant it, and that's the dangerous part. He did mean it. And this guy has President Trump's ear. Apparently, from what I'm told, he has access to him all the time. And he's always filling his ear with that kind of stuff, along with several other people. And you talk about, I mean, he wants to show you how detached from reality this dude is. He wants to go back to Patton. And at the end of World War II, when a world war had already been fought, and Patton said, I've got an army here, and let me go and finish off the job with Russians. There's a reason why he got removed from the command, because that was lunacy. I'm a big Patton fan. A lot of the stuff he did with the Third Army is legendary in the U.S. military, and justly so. He won some tremendous, both in North Africa as well as in Europe, following the D-Day stuff. Mowing across there with the Third Army. He did some tremendous stuff. He was a really good combat leader. But man, he was off the reservation with that. We couldn't have started a war with Soviet Union at that time with the troops that we had. We had just won a world war. Why would we start another one against the side that won about 70% of World War II? Patton radically overestimated our capability. But also understand, we had an unstoppable Air Force. We had destroyed the German Air Force, but the Soviet Air Force was rising. Ours, we had one too, but it was not as big as the Soviet Air Force. And of course, they had millions more men than we did, and as much battle hardened as we did. And if we had gone to war with them, it probably would have resulted in us having to use another nuclear weapon, because the Soviets didn't have it at that time. And God only knows what would have happened to mankind if we'd have done that. We'd have had millions, probably more casualties. It would have been insane. But even that, even if you're trying to compare that to today, we don't have an army, Mr. Levin. There is no army involved with this. All we have are some bombers and some missile launchers. That's it. We have proven in 40 days we cannot bomb them into submission. Doesn't matter how many more you want. And as a reminder, we've already talked about, we have burned through a bunch of our offensive missiles, a bunch of our interceptor missiles in various categories. We can't just go on forever to do this. I don't think we could even go another 40 days. If this gets restarted later this week, because we can't come to an agreement and President Trump can't make the sober mind a decision, we don't have enough ammunition in our entire inventory, and we can't replace it, and we can't reproduce it in a time frame that matters here. So that's not going to work. And there is no army. And as I pointed out in my first 60-second analysis, there's a mountain range like over a good portion, about as big as portions of Western Europe. It's a near physical impossibility to move through, even if you had them. But we don't have them, so it's not even a theoretical possibility. But that doesn't seem to enter into his process. He just wants to finish them off, and so that their regime doesn't even exist. That's wishful thinking that is devoid of strategic understanding, and you want people to act on it, and you're not deterred by the failure we've already seen. That is crazy. That is crazy talk. It's unhinged. And yet he has, like, I think 5 million followers on X, and I don't know how many on his show that he has. A lot of people listen to him because he's saying what they want to hear, and there's too few people that understand there are physical constraints. You can't do it just because you really want to. That's the problem. He's not the only one either. Also, speaking of ambassadors, former National Security Advisor, current U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, and he's a military veteran, if I'm not mistaken, from the Army. He should know better, but even he is subject to this same nonsense and this insanity. First of all, he's going to say that, you know what, even after all this failure that I just described in the first 60 days, even after that 60-second analysis I showed you that he should know, even now he's saying, you know what, those darn Iranians, they got no cards.
President Trump, the U.S. Navy, is controlling what is coming out of the Straits. We've had the highest level engagement in the history of the Iranian regime, with the vice president leading. We have historic ceasefire talks going on between the Israelis and the Lebanese. The markets are up. Oil prices are relatively stable. The Iranian economy is devastated, and they've never been, I can tell you here at the United Nations, they've never been more diplomatically isolated. So Iran does not have the cards, and we are confident they will come to the table and finally give up their obsession with having a nuclear weapon.
Okay, I'm going to talk about that last part first, because you talk about the obsession that Iran has with getting a nuclear weapon. Who are you talking? Did you look in a mirror when that video was made? Somehow you must have been looking into a mirror, because the only ones who have an obsession about an Iranian nuclear weapon is us, is you, is President Trump, is Jack Keane, is Benjamin Netanyahu, Lindsey Graham. You guys are freaking obsessed with this non-existent nuclear weapon that they don't have. They've never had. I mean, they got rid of the program in 2003. Every single year, every American administration confirmed they don't have a nuclear program, and they haven't made a decision to start one. To include Tulsi Gabbard in March of last year, and then again after this war had started here, confirmed they don't have a nuclear program. So what in the hell are you talking about? So you're suggesting that the objective needs to be to solve the problem of their obsession to get a nuclear weapon, which they've never had. And they have overtly said we don't want to have, that we don't need it for multiple reasons why they don't want to. John Mearsheimer, and I certainly agree with him on this, has been surprised that they haven't, because it seems like they would have learned a lesson in the negative way from what happened in Libya, when Bush got them to get rid of their program, and then when they didn't have it, then went in and attacked them, and they couldn't do anything about it and under Obama. Or the North Koreans in a positive direction, where if you get them, now all of a sudden we can't threaten you, because otherwise you'll be able to retaliate in kind. So I don't know why they haven't done it. It's illogical to me, but whatever. I mean, it's so perverse, because you have Senator Kennedy, who has often pointed this bony finger in the face of the Iranians and said that they're this theocratic regime that hates everybody, wants to kill us all, anybody who didn't believe the way they do. And yet that religious leader that you assassinated in the United States is the one that had a religious edict against getting a nuclear weapon. So who is the religious zealot, one may reasonably ask? So Mike Waltz is talking about it's them. And, he keeps talking over and over about how they don't have any cards. They obviously have cards. There's a reason why we're talking about having negotiated settlement now, because they own the control of the straits. And as a result of that, the flow of oil. Now, we've tried to block their blockade. We got you, except for now then there's no oil getting out. Instead of a trickle, now there's none. So how's that working out for us? But we still can't compel them to, and President Trump's threats aside, to bomb all their energy infrastructure and their bridges and roads and everything else, to destroy their civilization. None of it has worked, because Iran has cards, and they're aware of it. They don't want the war. They never wanted the war. They want the war to just stay over. They agreed to this ceasefire. They would love it if it never started again, but we're never going back to the status quo, folks. Because now then they have demonstrated, they have seen the results of taking control of the strait, and they realize that's the only thing short of a nuclear weapon that actually has leverage over us, and that they can continue to block us from doing anything further to them. If we ignore that and we go through anyway, and President Trump is good on his threats, and here sometime in the next couple of days, he goes back to fighting and says, all right, you didn't agree to a deal. Now then, the only choice I have is to make good on my threat, and I'm going to destroy all your energy and all this kind of stuff. The Iranians have been unequivocal that they said, yeah, if you do that, then we're going to strike back at these three places: the Yanbu pipeline in Saudi Arabia, the Fujairah facility in the UAE, and close the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and that could shut off about 32% of global oil supply. That's leverage. Those are cards. So again, all of the passion aside, it doesn't comport to reality. And unfortunately, if that was the end of what Mike Waltz said, we would just have to roll our eyes and say, man, what is wrong with this guy? But he didn't shut his mouth then. No, he said more.
We have to take the perspective that we're not waiting, we're not trusting. We are reducing their capabilities. Their military is in shambles. Their missile program is in shambles. And now, hopefully, diplomatically, they will do it the easy way rather than the hard way of finally giving up on this illegal ambition.
Again, he goes back to they're giving up on this illegal ambition. What are you looking for, Mr. Ambassador? What do you want? You want them to say we're not going to go after a nuclear weapon? You want them to have some kind of a deal to where, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here, where there could be international inspectors that can come in there and you can actually measure this stuff, and that, I don't know, theoretically they would agree to a limited number of reprocessing materials so that you can prove that they don't even have the capacity to make it in anything bigger than that. Oh, wait, we had that. You got rid of it from the 2015 JCPOA, the nuclear deal. You pulled out in 2018. And oh, hang on. We also had another deal on the 26th of February of this year where they again agreed to even more than that. So you've already had it. You had a guy, a leader of their country, that had a moral edict, a religious edict, a fatwa against doing that. So they, in every way that you can talk and physically confirm that they weren't going to have a nuclear weapon, and you blew them up anyway. So what are you even asking them for right now? What we're asking is irrational. And yet that passes for normalcy in the United States. And so what we're doing is we're setting ourselves up for an unwinnable situation, because President Trump has said we're going to go back to destroying all this stuff if we don't get the deal. And then he said yesterday to Maria Bartiromo, we've already worked everything out. Like, there's already been all these negotiations. All the details have been worked out, and we're going to sign a deal, he said, tomorrow, which is tonight, in Pakistan, and it's going to be over. The Iranians are saying, what are you talking about? We're not even going to go to Pakistan. So that's just fiction, just complete manufactured fiction. And so if he was just lying about that in order to say, well, they backed out of the deal, now we're going to have to go back and bomb them again. If they do, you can count on Iran to do exactly what they said, and they're going to hit that oil infrastructure. And then it's not going to be a political decision that the strait is closed, which could be reversed on a political decision in a day, and everything could be opened back up. Now it's going to be a physical constraint because the infrastructure will be blown up. Yes, Iran will be completely crippled energy-wise, but not their missile capability, not their offensive capability. They'll still be able to attack, which they never would have done had we not started this war. They never would have had control of the Strait of Hormuz had we not started this war. If we compound that problem today by choosing to go back to war, then as bad as all this has been so far, and it's been bad, it's nothing compared to what would be coming next. Because as we talk about many times, in some ways, the oil itself is not the biggest problem, at least not for us. It's the fertilizers, it's the helium, it's the other products that come out of petroleum that are also coming out of the Middle East, going all over the place, that have to do with economic activity and food everywhere. And this is part of what we've been talking about. There are already a lot of problems that are already baked in. You can't undo them. Even if we got a deal and everything opened up, our blockade stopped, the Iranian blockade stopped, traffic went back, completely unencumbered tomorrow. A lot of these problems are already baked in, and we've already got higher food prices. By some estimates I saw this morning, by the time the harvest gets in and those things start going to market later this year, you could have food prices by as much as 40% higher in many places of the world. 40% on top of what we've already got. Because of the way the energy system works, it's going to take months to get this back going once the gates are finally opened up anyway. And that means that the shortages that are already hurting are going to only increase and are going to maintain for quite a long time. So that's as of right now. If we double down on this foolish decision and choose another resumption of the war, then you can see it could be a catastrophic result for the globe. I mean, your food insecurity, oil, energy insecurity. People are going to be losing jobs. everything's going to be more expensive. And I don't know how long we go. How many people are we going to sacrifice? How many more troops are we going to lose if we go back to fighting? It's unknown, but none of these things are good, and they're all going in a bad direction. And, you know, and listen, he talks a lot about that Mike Waltz did in that last one there about how their capabilities have been diminished and how we have a lot of them. And let's take a look at this. These are some charts here about the first 40 some odd days of the war. These right here are attacks that you see by the United States and Israel and jointly. There's so the black is Israel, the green is by the U.S., and then these kind of tan colored ones, those are the joints. So there's happened between the two of them. But the sum total, that's all our side. And you see there's a huge number. Those are number of strikes on the left-hand side there or on the outside. So that's like 120 per day. And some of these other places that are targets attacking, you see there's apparently there's over close to 14,000 strikes had gone in. So you see that all these things are hitting Iran. All of these are hitting in the one country of Iran. Then you take a look and you see what the Iranian side had done. So you see on the far left-hand side, because of the preordained plans that they had, that if there's an attack, they don't wait for information from their from the command center, because if they had a decapitation strike, they just had everybody around the country had all their plans, and they just launched all these missiles. And you see there's a huge number of those first 2 days especially, and then they started coming back down to this low. But what you see, which is what I talked about so many times before this war and every time since, is that they had a pretty substantial sustained rate of fire. And so you see, whether you're talking about missiles or drones, you see that Iran was able, no matter what we did, all of these strikes. So you see, we're pounding them with all these. And you see ours actually started going up toward the end, but you see that didn't have any only had a negligible effect on their ability to maintain the strikes. And you see, ironically, the red number here, the red portions of those lines are attacks by Iran against Israel. This one is attacking against which country? And so you see their sustained rate of fire is less than it was for the U.S. and Israel against Iran, but theirs is also spread out among all these different countries. You see the UAE, for some reason, took the biggest hit of that, probably because of the proximity. It's easier for Iran to attack them than others, but they stopped attacking Iran toward the end of March for some reason. I'm not sure why that is, but now then they say that they're ready to go back in to do that again if the United States hits this. Then now they're going to go after everything else. So bottom line is, no matter how many strikes we've been having, Iran has still maintained a sustained rate of fire. And of course, the reason why our there is because of these underground systems. So many of those strikes that I showed you on that first chart there, that's the artist's rendition of the impact on the outside of these mountains. It's just going to crack the surface. It's not going to do anything to the inside. Ergo, they still have the capacity to do this, and they'll continue to. And then here's the chart that shows specifically, you see the UAE has had 2,819 strikes by Iran against them. And then you see the rest of the countries going on down there. Even Jordan has gotten 286, because everywhere the U.S. has bases, they were getting hit in return. Meanwhile, the United States is not coming out of this without losses either. There's, of course, the 13 Americans that have been killed and about 400 wounded. And then on top of that, you have all these aircraft losses. Those are lots of C-130s. You see some of these KC-135 fuel tankers, some damaged, some destroyed, some were able to get back into operation. You had the Chinook, large troop transport helicopters damaged or destroyed. Apache helicopter, I'm sorry, not Apaches, but Black Hawk helicopters have been knocked out. We've had one AWACS plane knocked out, 4 Little Birds, etc., and then huge numbers of these drone aircraft, the 24 MQ-9 Reapers and one of these MQ-4C, which is a strategic drone there in the lower right-hand corner, has also been knocked out. So that's what we've lost after 40 days. And we never were able to stop them from firing. We were never able to force them to open up the strait. By what logic will all that change in the next 40 days? This still exists. We didn't get any of those. In fact, some of the ones that we have had some success at bombing the tunnel exits. They've had time to repair those. So what they had at the end of this time here, when they were able to have this sustained rate of fire before the ceasefire went into effect, has now been increased. So they now have more capacity than they did before. And we're still going to have the same problem going forward. So There's no logic in saying we're going to keep fighting here. It would be irrational to do so. So President Trump can be as bombastic as he wants. Mark Levin can be as hopeful as he can about finishing the job and resurrecting the specter of General Patton. The Israeli leader can beat his chest as much as he wants and says, we're going to finish the job, which he also said earlier today. Almost sounds like he and Mark Levin have been talking. But the reality on the ground is the one thing that matters. We cannot do it. Therefore, if the Iranian side sticks with what they've been saying, which is we're only going to have a negotiated settlement if we retain control of the strait and you exit the region. That's what they say. And they say right now there's no basis to even meet. So as of right now, anyway, as of just before we started, it came on the air here, they're still not going to Pakistan because they said there's no basis to have a conversation. And if you attack us because of that, then we're going to attack the oil infrastructure. As we said, things will get radically worse for us. So if President Trump is operating rationally, he will not order this attack. Being President Trump, who is not, I don't even think, capable of any humility or acknowledging something didn't work, he'll try to come up with something different. What at this point, I would even accept and would pat him on the back if he did. He just said, okay, well, you know what? Because of all these strikes that we did and all this stuff that we did to destroy in Iran, and there has been a huge number of things that have been destroyed, all kinds of aluminum plants, production plants that were on the surface, a lot of some energy infrastructure and a lot of their economic activity. A lot of the stuff has been destroyed. They killed a lot of people. There's no doubt. He can just say, you know what, we've set them back. He started to paint a picture for this about 10 or 12 days ago, and I thought that that's where he was moving. I had hoped so back then to just say, hey, it's going to take them decades to recover from this. So we won, and we're just going to walk away and cut it down and say, okay, we'll open up the strait because that's what the international energy system needs. And as long as Iran agrees to do the same, then we'll call it a day. And Iran probably would. They would say, we're going to let the traffic go through with these tolls, but sure, we'll let them go through. Even with tolls, that's going to add some percentage on top of it. I think like 1 or 5%, something like that, on top of the price of oil, which is almost like just a production or a processing fee, so to speak, like the airlines do. No one would like that, but hey, if that gets the oil going back again, people are going to be willing to do that. That's what we could have. But if President Trump does the other and says, I'm going to just go forward and you're going to do this into one big splurge and try to force them into opening the strait on my terms, then we're going to be in a real world of hurt. That's where we are right now. And you need to understand the best thing for America right now is for President Trump to just say, all right, we harmed him so hard, we don't need to go back and, quote, finish this job because it's going to take them decades to recover anyway. And we'll always come back if they do anything bad. If we find out we have the satellite imagery on those entombed reprocessing facilities. If they ever move, we'll come back and strike again, something like that. That would be a bad thing. I mean, it wouldn't be true because we really can't do that because then they would close the strait again. But whatever, if that's what he needs to tell himself in order to get out of this and then move on, that's what we can do. Right now, that's our best hope. That's our best shot that we just do that and get this war over with. And so we have to set about mitigating the damage that's already been done. But above all, we have to pray to God that this doesn't go any further and that we don't cause more damage that would be even catastrophic. And some things you wouldn't be able to mitigate. You would just have to suffer through. That's where we are, folks, right now. So I want to make sure everybody's crystal clear on where we are and what needs to happen for this to get off the table so that the harm stops. Because there is no good solution. Let's be crystal clear on this. There's no good path here. There's not one. It doesn't exist because of the war of choice we already made. That price is baked in. But we do still have the chance to avoid the worst of the outcome and at least to get the damage stopped so that we can start setting about getting it fixed and mitigated over time. That's where we are. Thanks a lot, folks. I appreciate it. And we'll see you tomorrow on the Daniel Davis Deep Dive. I don't try to talk you into buying gold or tell you how to run your stock portfolio, but there is a way you can help us. Subscribe, hit that like button, and share this with somebody you love.
Yeah, Trump sending them brothers, probably sending them.
China is the biggest winner of the Iran war. Now, I know it sounds crazy, and I'm sure many of you are thinking, wait a second, wasn't one of the main reasons for this war to choke off China's access to oil? I mean, for some context, let's just listen to this clip from U.S. Senator Rick Scott.
Blocking the Strait of Hormuz is fine from my standpoint. If no oil ever goes to China again, and their economy is destroyed, that would be a really wonderful day for me.
So the U.S. Senator thinks Trump is going to be able to collapse the Chinese economy by winning a war in Iran. The only problem with this logic is the senator's shallow understanding of how the global economy works and the simple fact of how interconnected the U.S. and Chinese economies are. If China's economy were to collapse, it would simultaneously take down the U.S. economy and cause a global recession. But as we enter the 8th week of the Iran war, 3 things remain clear. Number 1, this war is far from being over. Number 2, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. And number 3, Iran has a lot more leverage than anyone ever expected. But the question we need to answer in today's video is, how is China affected? And will China be in a stronger global position once this war ends? Now, to start our analysis, I want to share with you a fascinating guest essay published in the New York Times entitled, "Trump is Making Jimmy Carter's Mistake on Iran and Oil." You see, after the Iranian Revolution in 1979, Jimmy Carter began staging U.S. naval ships in the Persian Gulf to protect oil tankers passing through the region. It was a bold move that ultimately failed, as Iran has been able to build up its military and influence the flow of oil from the region ever since. But now Trump is doing the exact same thing, even going as far as installing a blockade against the Strait of Hormuz last week. But the biggest issue here is that the United States is more exposed to oil price shocks than any other major power, including China. Now, many Americans will be shocked to hear this. Some of the talking points we've heard from the Trump administration is that the United States is the world's largest oil producer and a net petroleum exporter. Therefore, the U.S. is in the strongest position in the world, and the Strait of Hormuz will not affect the U.S. economy at all. But here's the problem with this analysis. Oil trades in the global market at a single market price. So when the price of oil doubles, it raises the price for every nation on earth, the United States included. This is why when we look at rising gas prices, it is ironically the United States who is one of the most exposed countries in the world to price increases. Another major issue is the United States economy has a high oil intensity. What that simply means is that the U.S. consumes a lot of oil to produce each dollar of its gross domestic product. In fact, the United States economy is 40% more oil intensive than China's, even though China is a net oil importer and sources much of its oil from the Persian Gulf. Even Russia, which derives the vast majority of its revenue from oil exports, is about 20% less reliant on oil per unit of economic output than the United States. You see, China recognized its strategic vulnerability to oil shocks many years ago and has been relentless in decreasing it, not with warships like the United States, but with electric vehicles and high-speed electric rail, which are now both dominant throughout all of China. If you look at this chart, which highlights China's oil demand growth, China's consumption peaked in 2023 and has been steadily declining every year since. To be honest, the stats coming out of China are simply incredible. 2/3 of electric vehicles sold worldwide last year were purchased in China, and China now sells more EV cars than the entire U.S. auto market. Trump can laugh all he wants at electric vehicles and renewable energy, but maybe his former friend Elon Musk was right about something. Electric cars are indeed the future, and it's why over 60% of the cars on the roads in China today are electric. But there's a lot more to this story of why China is ultimately the biggest winner of the Iran war, and it comes down to renewable energy. You see, when oil and gas supplies become weaponized, import-dependent countries are left with only one choice. They must accelerate their interest in renewable energies. And which country is the #1 provider of renewable energy? You guessed it, it's China. China owns over 70% of the world's solar, wind, battery, and electric vehicle supply chains. The longer Hormuz stays disrupted, the deeper the world's dependency on renewable energy gets. The LA Times published this amazing article entitled, "How the Iran War is Rewarding China's Bet on Electric Cars and Solar Power." And the truth of this situation was shared by Sam Reynolds, who works for the United States energy sector. China's approach to energy sector development and geopolitics has been completely validated by the Iran conflict. China's BYD, one of the most successful Chinese EV brands across the world, now expects the Iran war fallout to drive sales growth in 2026. And to be honest, this was remarkable news for BYD. The Chinese EV company posted a 19% decline in annual net profit in 2025, the first time it fell since 2021, as local EV sales in China began to decline. Like I mentioned earlier, 60% of the cars on the road in China are electric, so the domestic auto market in China is already mature, and BYD must go abroad to accelerate revenue growth. With the Iran war, interest in BYD's electric vehicles is skyrocketing as consumers realize that high petrol prices will continue for the foreseeable future, and owning an EV is the easiest solution to a complex problem. But it's not just EVs. In this Bloomberg article entitled, "Is Trump the president who lost Asia to China?" it highlights a simple fact. It is the countries that bet on Chinese supply chains that are faring better than the ones that trusted Pax Americana. Let's consider Pakistan, a country that imports almost all of its energy through the Strait of Hormuz. On paper, the Iran war should have shut down their economy. But several years ago, Pakistan made the decision to invest in Chinese solar panels. Over 25% of households in Pakistan now have Chinese solar panels installed, and this shift is enough to help counter the oil losses the country is sustaining from this conflict in the Middle East. This article sums up the reality of the situation so brilliantly. America will make decisions about your energy supply, take no responsibility for the consequences, then leave. China will sell you the technology that allows you to stop caring about what the US does. That's a powerful quote, and it's obvious that under Trump, the world has no idea what the next move from the United States government will be. So far in 2026, we've seen the US launch a military operation in Venezuela, threaten the sovereignty of Canada, threaten to take over another NATO member, Greenland, launch a new war in the Middle East, and the Trump administration is now setting the stage for the next war, which will be in Cuba. To really drive this point home, I want you to take a look at a new poll from Politico, who asked thousands of people from the UK, Canada, France, and Germany a simple question. Is it better to depend on China or the United States under Trump? Remarkably, 57% of Canadians, 40% of Germans, 34% of French, and 42% of British citizens now feel it's better to depend on China for their future. This is a remarkable shift and honestly shows how the global balance of power is clearly tilting away from the US and towards China. To really drive this point home, I want you to take a look at the message from Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who recently visited Beijing. Now, the context behind his visit to China is actually quite fascinating. You might recall earlier this month, the Spanish Prime Minister and Donald Trump got into a heated argument as Spain refused to allow US aircraft to land at Spanish military bases. Spain has been the most vocal European voice against Trump's new war in the Middle East, and this outraged the US president. Trump called out Spain, since they're also a NATO member, and Trump even threatened to cancel all trade between the United States and Spain. But Spain stood its ground and took it even one step further, deciding to visit Beijing and personally meet with China's president to sign new trade deals. Here's the tweet from Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. On my fourth trip to China, I note that more and more Chinese companies are seeing Spain as an attractive destination for investment. We offer stability, predictability, and trust. Today, I held a meeting in Beijing with 10 major companies and conveyed to them that Spain is betting on projects that create local jobs, that improve our productive fabric, and that contribute to innovation and knowledge transfer. What's remarkable here is the shift we've seen in China in just a few years. It wasn't long ago that China was working hard to attract Western technology and talent to come to China and make investments in the country. But now in 2026, we're seeing the complete opposite. Western countries are going to China and asking the Chinese to come and make investments in our home countries. In less than 15 years, China has gone from a technological imitator to technology leader, and this trend is not slowing down. And as this Financial Times article highlights, the Iran war will cement China's superpower status. But now I want to shift to the investing portion of today's video and share with you an important message about
so the U.S. is still the ruler of the world, but they can't go to the border of Russia or to the border of China and fight them because they'd be eviscerated in hours. Hours, the war would be over. It would be over before it started because they turned the U.S. bases into rubble in minutes. Okay. So the U.S. right now says and think about this. What is the U.S. doing? It's going to its strongest asset. Its strongest asset is its Navy. Is its strongest asset its Air Force? Clearly not. It used to be that the U.S.'s strongest asset was its Air Force. However, now, as we were seeing in Iran, excuse me for yawning, as we're seeing in Iran, the U.S.'s air assets are no longer dominant because of the increase of air defense accuracy, air defense range, air defense capabilities of other countries. And so the U.S. can't just fly over everybody and bomb them anymore. And we never really could. We only did that to like countries that didn't really have an air defense. You know, Iraq had a 1950s or 60s air defense at best. The other countries, you know, Libya and these others, they really had no air defense of consequence. So the United States just flew over them and bombed them. And then we claimed that we had a dominant air force. Why? Because we flew over countries that didn't even have an air defense and just blew them up. Well, now that the U.S. is playing on the porch with the big boys, we can't do that anymore. And let me add this. Here's what's interesting. The U.S. can't go toe-to-toe with Iran. So the U.S. can't go toe-to-toe with Russia and NATO and all. So they got to try to attack Russia's, they can't attack Russia's military fleet because they'll get the crap knocked out of them. So they got to try to attack Russia's civilian fleet. That's all they can do now, is they can attack civilian vessels. God knows they don't want to attack China or Russia's naval fleets. They don't want to go to toe-to-toe with them because they know, you know, that they're going to get it. So instead, the U.S. is saying, this is our last hope. This is all we can do. This is the only strength we have, is we have a strong Navy, which is questionable. It's strong in a way, in that it's out in that we have a lot of ships and we have bases around the world, which are highly vulnerable, and our ships can project power around the world to an extent for now. Against an Iran, we can get out of range of Iran, and since we're out of range, we can, 1,000 kilometers or something or more, and then we can do some things more on the open seas or the high seas, because we can be out of range of Iran's initial attack. Now, think about this: we couldn't do it with Russia. I mean, Russia's got missiles, the Kinjals and these other missiles that can hit a moving target, so they can lock on a ship and take it out. And they have 1,700 and 2,000 kilometer ranges. So realistically, we couldn't go up against even Russia's Navy per se, simply because they have missiles that have such long range that they could strike us from virtually anywhere. You know what I mean? Those targets could lock in on us using space-based ISR and hit us from a long, long ways away. So we're not in a position where we can even go after China or Russia. So what we have to do is, launch sneak attacks on China or Russia, from like Libya, and claim that it wasn't us, and then, or claim that it was Ukraine, and then we can then say we're going after Iranian ships when they're coming from China. That way we don't really have to go nose to nose with China. So it is a cowardly, to be quite frank, it is a cowardly way for the U.S. to still try to go after Russia or China or the big boys without really exposing themselves. They're always going to look for this plausible deniability. We can go after a ship that's operating between China and Russia, and we can say, Iran, and then we can say it's an Iranian ship, and we're blockading Iranian ships. Where are they going to? That's irrelevant. They just so happen to be going to China, but we're going to go after Iranian ships. So it is a cowardly way of doing it, going after China or Russia in a way that doesn't expose us to incoming fire from China or Russia, because we couldn't handle that. And Iran still, if we're in range, can put a hurt on us. So let's look at some more and see what else we got. So here's what, let me read what Iran's saying. Tasnim News, that's Iran. Iran prepared for possible resumption of war. All right, let's read. Let's see what we're getting from Tasnim. Let's see what the Iranians are saying, straight from the horse's mouth. Monitoring of U.S. movements in recent days point to several notable shifts. 1, repositioning of certain warships. 2, now this is directly out of the Iranians' mouth, or word processor. 2, an unprecedented airlift for equipment transfers. 3, multiple heavy C-5 and C-17 aircraft involved in weapons transport. 4, amphibious island seizure drills in Bahrain and rapid coastal assault exercises. 5, extensive U.S. reconnaissance drone flights over Iranian islands. 6, reposition of certain U.S. air defense systems in the region. Iran is simultaneously considering 2 scenarios and has prepared for both. All right, let's see what the scenarios are that Iran is prepared for. Scenario 1, the U.S. build up the psychological pressure aimed at extracting concessions at the negotiating table. Washington threatens on one hand while constantly amplifying talk of negotiations in the media on the other. Iran has put forward its proposals. It is the U.S. that must abandon its excessive demands. As past pressure and threats have had no effect on Iran's negotiating position, this time will be no different. Scenario 2, the talk of negotiations is cover for a surprise military strike targeting Iranian islands. The U.S. has extensive experience using negotiations as a deception tool. Twice in the past year, it attacked Iran while publicly claiming talks were progressing. Iran is fully prepared this time and considers the war scenario more likely than continued negotiations. Based on preparations carried out over the past 2 weeks, Iran is ready to deliver a memorable, hellish opening to any renowned conflict with the U.S. and Israel. Analysis of Iran's positioning also indicates that if war resumes and infrastructure is again targeted, Iran will fully abandon the restraints it observed in the first round regarding Bab al-Mandab, Aramco, Yanbu, and Fujairah. So what they're saying is, they're just a reminder. That's just a reminder. If you go after our oil infrastructure, if you go after our infrastructure, the all bets are off because we're going to take out theirs. They also say that now the other thing is regarding Bab al-Mandab. So that also means they're saying a couple of things here. Iran is saying, look, we're looking at what you're doing. They're saying, and we see 2 possibilities. 1, let's simplify it. 1, you're bluffing. 2, you're preparing for an attack. And what do they say? And we think the most likely is that you're preparing for an attack. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to look at this as though the war has, as one of our people say, the war has resumed. It was a brief pause, but yeah, I think we can look at it and we can say 2 things. As I've been saying recently, when people say the Israelis never maintain a ceasefire, respect a ceasefire, neither does the U.S. And part of what's happening here is, I think, internal and external, and that is this. While Trump is in a weak position, he's also in a desperate position because the U.S. economy is going to tank one way or the other, whether we did this or not. What do you call it? Casino that we call Wall Street Stock Exchange is doomed to do what it did in 2008 because it's been doing the same types of stupid, foolish things that just make a lot of money while wrecking the system. So they looked at it and said, look, everything's going to crash. And by the way, China and Russia and these other countries are growing and we're going to be a world of crap. So we've got to do something desperate. So attacking Iran was the desperation of a dying mule. And now they've lost the war. They lost it in the first week, but they've lost. But they can't admit that they've lost. And they can't accept that they've lost because they're so desperate. What else are they going to do? If they say we lost this war, look, think about this. The Ukraine conflict was out of desperation. What are we going to do? We're going to kick up a war with Russia. We're going to sanction Russia. Russia will fall. Then we'll take all the assets of Russia. And great, we got it made. And we can resume the Wall Street, City of London casino. But it didn't work. They were desperate and they really needed it to work. And it did not work. So they're like, crap. What do we do? I know. Got a better plan. We're going to go over to Iran. We'll take Iran. We'll get their oil. We'll get their gas. We'll do the same thing that we would have did with Russia, only on a smaller basis. Then we'll control the Bab al-Mandab Strait. And then when they realized that, they said, well, first we'll take Venezuela, then we take it, blah, blah, blah. We cut China off from oil. We control the oil market worldwide. And then guess what? We can continue on with the Wall Street, City of London. Same thing, right? It was desperation. It was a system that is dying. It was a system that is collapsing. It's a system that's nothing but a crooked casino. And the Epstein class decided we'll go out. Look, it's like a person who says, I'm broke. What am I, a criminal? What is a criminal going to do? We got no money. We got to get a gun and let's go rob somebody. right? We're going to go rob a bank. How are you going to get? We're criminals. That's what we do. Last time we robbed a train. Before that, it was a stagecoach. This time it's going to be a bank. We need money and we're criminals. Let's do it. They're criminals. They're not going to try to get the money in a legal manner. So the Trump administration goes up and a week or two go by and, it's almost like they forgot that they were losing the war. Hey, it's been 2 weeks. What do you think? I've been thinking we had some difficulties the first couple weeks, but the first month maybe. But, in hindsight, maybe we weren't really losing the war. I don't like that word losing. Perhaps we were just had to make some adjustments. We had a little bit of a struggle, but I wouldn't say we were losing the war. What do you think? Let's give it another shot. Let's give it the old college try. I think we can try. That's the way they think. Why? Because what is their options? They don't have any. They're desperate. So what we're looking at now is a situation where the U.S. looked at it. Of all things, Kushner and Witkoff were supposed to be heading to Pakistan. Yes, we're sending Kushner and Witkoff. I don't think J.D. Vance was even going this time. So you might as well have been sending Benjamin Netanyahu. In fact, in a way, you kind of really were. So you have two people who represent the most absurd, ridiculous, fascist elements in Israel going to Pakistan to pretend that they were negotiating when actually their job was to make sure that there were no negotiations. And that's what they were going to do. And that's what they were doing. Let's see what the Iranians have to say in press TV. U.S. commits maritime piracy, attacks Iranian commercial ship in violation of ceasefire. The United States has carried out a flagrant act of aggression on an Iranian merchant vessel in the waters of the Sea of Oman, deploying its terrorist marines onto the ship's deck and disabling its navigation systems. The spokesman for the Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters on Sunday night condemned the criminal operation by the U.S. Navy. Quote, the aggressor, United States, violated the ceasefire and committed maritime piracy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters of the Sea of Oman and landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the vessel, disabling its navigation system. We warned that the armed force of the Islamic Republic will soon respond to this armed piracy and retaliation by the U.S. Army. U.S. troops launched the unprovoked attack on the Iranian container ship Tosca, which was peacefully sailing from China to Iran through the Gulf of Oman. In immediate response, Iranian forces struck back, targeting several American military vessels in the area with drone attacks. President Trump boasted that American forces had seized the Iranian ship, calling the U.S. military the largest military force in the world, which has now been exposed once again as the chief pirate in international waters. Iran had already stated that it would retaliate decisively against any hostile action by the United States. Iran is fully prepared to defend its sovereignty and national interests and said it will not hesitate to deliver a crushing response to any act of aggression or maritime piracy. There we go. So that's what I got. I think the Russians are saying U.S. seizes the Iran flag cargo ship. The Russians have. So that's what we have. That's where we are. And so it looks to me like what we are seeing is, to some extent, I guess, the end of the negotiations. I understand that the Iranians have said, I don't know if it was before or after this, but they've said, we ain't meeting Witkoff and Kushner in Islamabad. So we've got maybe 2 days left, I think. Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it's Tuesday. That's the end of the ceasefire. The Iranians have pretty much said, we expect an attack. They pretty much said, we expect the ceasefire not to make it. And of course, the rhetoric from the Trump administration is rhetoric of domination, not of diplomacy. Basically, it is where it started, wherein J.D. Vance started off with, hey, they didn't take our offer, so I'm going home, right? That's the kind of diplomacy that the U.S. does. We give you an offer, you take the offer. You don't take the offer, we go home, no, nothing else. And I think the Iranians are not of a mind to take the offer. That's the bottom line. So now the Iranians are basically saying, we ain't talking to you under the circumstances. If we're talking, we're talking. If we're shooting, we're shooting. But we ain't talking while you shoot. And if you're shooting, we're shooting. So it looks to me like we've got a day or two before, maybe tomorrow, I don't know, it fully resumes. I still think there's a possibility that the United States says we want to extend it. I think if they do, my guess is the Iranians will say, I don't know. You know, the Iranians could just say no. The Iranians could also, because here's the other thing, as people talk about the U.S. is rebuilding, they're bringing in all this stuff. And as the Iranians have said, so are we. So are we. You're bringing in stuff, so are we. You're rebuilding stuff, so are we. You're plotting and planning, so are we. We're re-strengthening ourselves. We're building stuff. We're building more missiles, building more drones. So every day that you fly stuff into the region, we're already into the region. So don't think you're getting any kind of advantage at all. And as I said in the last video, which I explained, the Iranians have said, if it just starts up again, it'll go global. And I think they mean that. I think they mean we have the capacity to strike in other parts of the world, not just in the Middle East. And we're going to strike the Americans in other parts of the world. I think they have resources. I think they have intelligence resources. I think they have other resources to hit American bases, either with drones or missiles or mortars or something, maybe in Africa, maybe in Asia, maybe even the US. I don't know. But I think the Iranians have some surprises for the US if we get back in it. And I think the Trump administration has conveniently forgotten that the Iranians they didn't just have the upper hand. They were getting hit. Of course they were getting hit. They expect to get hit. But what did they shoot down? We lost 17 aircraft in the last 10 days. We had a drone, like a $130 million drone flying over the Persian Gulf that just suddenly dipped into the water. Just lost. It wasn't shot down, it died out, which means so this was one of these, really expensive reconnaissance drones, 130 million. And I think what that was some kind of an electronic attack on it, where the Iranians were able to commandeer and or disable it and cause it to crash. So that happened just like the day or so around the negotiation. So I think the Iranians have various methods that they have developed of striking back. And I do, as the Iranians said, they've said, look, we have missiles we haven't used. We have things we haven't done yet. We still have cards we have to play. I do think because they planned for a war of attrition. If you plan on a war of attrition, you put it together in phases. What are we going to do the first 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, and then maybe once it gets 4 months, then you say, okay, let's try to drag this out and plan for a year. We can outlast them. And so, and they can't outlast us because here's the bottom line. We have a finite amount of military hardware. We're going to run out of long range stuff. And and that's one of the things that's happening now, as we run out of long range attack missiles and things like that, as we run out of that, our planes then have to fly in and fly over Iran, and they're more vulnerable to air defense systems and to air offense systems, right? So the U.S. is in a situation now where we are going to be fighting, it looks like to me, the likelihood is we're going to be fighting an attrition war in a situation where we do not have the wherewithal to fight an attrition war. What do we do after a month, 2 months, 3 months? I feel like that if the U.S. goes back in it, the Iranians have some plans and they're going to do some hits, some real hard hits. Now, we cannot completely discount the possibility that there's some kind of, and here's what I mean, a U.S. economic sanction action, right? A U.S. economic sanction, economic Samson plan, option. Meaning, that, I don't believe in the Samson option. I don't believe that the Israelis, I think that's something to scare people. But I think the U.S. Samson option is something like this. We are trying to stop the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians and these other countries who are growing past us economically. And if we can't do it, which we can't, we'll blow up the entire world's economy, including our own. And then when we blow up the entire world's economy, when we throw the entire world into starvation, into famine, when we push the entire world back to the Stone Age, okay? When we do that, we will then hope. So see what I mean? This is an absurd and really insane option. We will hope that we can come back better and stronger and faster than China. So we'll turn over the board. We'll wipe out the entire economy, everybody's economy. Boy, the Europeans going to starve and go to pieces, but we'll wipe out the whole economy, including our own. We will Nord Stream the world. And then once we wipe out the whole world's economy, then we'll be like, I think we can come back better than China. And then, so at least we've contained China, even if we basically an economic suicide bomber. That's a possibility. And if that is the truth, then the Americans then will attack the Iranian infrastructure to deliberately provoke the Iranians to wipe out all the rest of the infrastructure. Now, there is a problem that the U.S. will and the Europeans will have, which I've articulated in show after show, and that is you got like 400 million Middle Easterners that need a place to stay. Because if their infrastructure's gone, you're not spending the summer in 125 degrees in the Middle East, which means they're coming to the United States and they're coming to Europe. They're going west, young man. So you can potentially see, depending on how things go within the next month, within the next month, a massive exodus, a massive exodus of people from the Middle East to the West, to Europe and to the United States. That's potential. That is a potential. And it's interesting that not many people are talking about that potential. Maximum number of people, tens, if not hundreds of millions of people. Imagine that. You can't live in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and all that other stuff. You can't live there without air conditioning and without water because your desalination plants have been destroyed. You people can't survive there. And they got to go somewhere. And it's going to be Europe, and it's going to be the United States by the unthinkable millions. Boy, what would that do to the US and Europe? Just tear it apart. So I don't think they thought that part through. Maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe it is a plan. I don't think they thought that part through. But if they do the infrastructure attack, hundreds of millions of people will leave within the next couple months. Hundreds of millions, minimum tens of millions, but likely hundreds of millions are out of there and showing up here. And that's a migration like the world has never seen that much, that fast. Imagine that. So that's the possibilities we see right now. Now, one would think that, so if they're going to do the suicide bomber, economic suicide bomber thing, they're going to do it, and they're going to attack Iran's infrastructure, and off we go to the races. Now, if they're not, and they just go back to fighting a conventional war, I think they're going to get the crap knocked out of them. I think Iran's going to come out and start punching again really, really, really hard, because all the U.S. can do, as you know, what I've been saying is throw these big haymakers. We're going to do shock it all, and then they'll capitulate, and we shock and all, they don't capitulate, and then we don't know what to do. Right now, the U.S. is acting with it does, because what's going on with this? We're going to block off the blockade is not something that we're really doing because we sat down in the very beginning and said, if the Iranians do this, we'll do this and we'll do that, and we've got a long plan. It was because we didn't have any plans. And when they blockaded, we didn't know what to do. And we're like, we're going to do a show of strength. And we can't stop up so many ships, but rest believe none of the Iranian, we're going to have to fire on every Iranian ship. No Iranian ship, I guarantee you, they're all instructed, do not stop. The Iranian ships will not stop. We're going to have to fire on Iranian ships. And then what are we going to do? We're going to take this ship, right? So now we got a ship. I'll put it to you like this. Think of it like this too. If you have, in the military, the military person will say, you'd rather wound a man than kill him. Right? Because if you wound a man and he's down, his buddies are going to try to get him. They're going to try to take him back. They're going to try to carry him. Two people are going to be dragging him. Then you take their, you cut into the resources of your enemy when wounding people. Ideally, you want to wound him so bad that he can't come back and fight. So he's not a fighter anymore, but you're utilizing the recesses of your enemy. He's wounded. They got to get him off the battlefield. They got to get him out of there. That's costing time, money, and gas. And you're making them work harder. And ideally, if you blow his leg off or something, he's not going to come back and fight you anyway. You'd rather wound than kill, right? And in the same way, I think that the U.S. is in a situation where over the long term, the Iranians, as an example, are going to really attack them slowly, so they continue to damage our resources, where they continue to damage our boats, where they continue to shoot down or damage airplanes that get landed, where they make us move further away because our bases, and where they just kind of suck up our resources that we don't have, right? Where they kind of draw us into a fight and just suck up our resources. That, you can, yes, try to kill your enemy, but in a war of attrition, you want to outlast your enemy. And one of the ways you outlast them is to suck up his resources, to keep hitting him. If the Iranians can throw 10 drones at us and make us throw 100 back at them, then that's a good thing, because over the course of time, the numbers are on their side. So it's not just about how many hits you get and how much you throw. It's about how you are able to cause your opponent, your adversary, to do things that's not going to be in his best interest in the long run, because it's a war of attrition. And I think the Iranians are looking at this, and they're going to go back into this thing at the war of attrition, but they're going to let us, come in punching and punch ourselves out. I think the Iranians, when they come back out, are going to want to send a message, right? And it's not a message of the shock and awe message. The shock and awe message of the U.S. is, we're going to hit you so hard you'll be stunned, you'll be afraid, and you will capitulate. It never works. But I think there's another way to do that if you're Iran. And if you're Iran, what you want to do is, when you come back out, right, when the war fires back up, you want to hit there's two ways you can do it. You can come back out and you can just say, what I was doing was working. I'm comfortable with what I was doing. What I was doing was just engaging the enemy, striking the enemy when the opportunity was there, parrying, basically, and just saying, I'm going to keep you fighting because I got time. And when I see a good target, I'm going to hit it, but I'm going to keep you fighting because I got time. The only thing I want you to do is keep fighting. I got time. You got the watches, I got the time, as they say. So one is go right back into where you are, ducking and dodging. I'm here, now I'm here, now I'm here, now I'm here, now I'm here. You don't know where I am, right? I'm going to throw this at you. I'm throwing drones at you. I'm throwing missiles at you. I'm hitting you here, hitting you there, throwing something at your ships, right? I'm going to keep you fighting. The other thing is, and this is, I think that the Iranians are more likely to do this. Not shock and awe per se. Not like I'm going to come out, not shock and awe from the perspective of the intent behind shock and awe is to hit you so hard that you become frightened and capitulate, right? No, I think the Iranians are more likely to say, I'm going to hit you so hard you're stunned and you're a little bit afraid and you didn't see that coming. And now you're going to think to yourself, man, I got to fight on my hands. It's not necessarily that I have any belief whatsoever that if I hit you hard that you'll give up. That ain't it. But I don't want you to think, okay, I'm still strong. I want you to say, oh crap, that might have been a mistake. I'm back in the fight. I got to fight you, but I want to think, oh man, they can hit hard. I want to come out in the second round and plant one right on your snoot. I want to come out in the beginning of the second round and you look at me like, okay, let's go, bam, and you got water in your eyes, and you got blood, little blood coming down here. And the very opening round, you took one right on the snoot, and now you're saying, ouch, oh crap. I wish I hadn't left that corner. That corner was awful safe, and nobody was hitting me when I was in that corner. Maybe I shouldn't have came out of the corner. That's what I want you to think. But you came out of the corner, and now you got to fight. But I want you to think about it. I think that's more likely what Iran is going to do. They're going to come out. I think they've got a lot of targets in Israel. I tell you what I expect is going to happen in Israel. And again, I don't know that they're fighting yet. But look, if the Americans shot at an Iranian if the Americans shot at an Iranian ship and the Iranians fired drones at an American ship, then effectively we don't have a ceasefire. I mean, they haven't come out and said the ceasefire is over, but effectively we don't have one because people are shooting at each other. Is this going to continue? I don't know, but the Iranians fired and they hit an Iranian ship, and the Iranians I can see that they're saying it now, but the Iranians may just go ahead and say, you know what, we need a more firm response. I'm looking on Iranian media and I'm not seeing anything. I don't know. Let me see something. There's another interesting feature. 618 million up in smoke. How Iran took out MQ-4C Triton, America's most advanced drone over the Persian Gulf. An American surveillance drone mysteriously plummeted from the sky. Iran immediately announced that its air defenses had once again humbled the world's most advanced military. Repeating a feat first accomplished in June 2019 when the same family's drones was brought down over the same strategic waters. Let me see. On April 9th, a U.S. Navy MQ-4C Triton high altitude surveillance drone, a marvel of American aerospace engineering, transmitted an emergency signal, entered a rapid descent from above 15,800 meters and vanished from radar off Iran's coastline. The IRGC announced that its air defense had engaged and neutralized the intruder after it violated Iranian airspace. Let's see. Revised estimates place the drone's value at $618 million, nearly the cost of 4 F-35s, or comparable to an E-3 AWACS. Let's see. Did they say what they said? They don't say how they did it. They say what the price is. They talk about it. They say they did. So they don't, Iran doesn't say what they did. Here we go. The mechanism behind Triton's downfall lies in Iran's robust, multi-layered air defense network. The drone was engaged after the repeated warnings and clear evidence of aerospace encroachment. The 3-core DAT air defense system, which was publicly displayed February 2021, employs a phased array radar to launch 8 missiles while tracking 4 targets, paired with Syad-2 missiles, which can hit targets at 75 kilometers at an altitude of 30 kilometers. They won't say. They said the Russians supplied S-300 batteries, which Iran has operated and modified for years, remain a formidable component of the country's strategic defense. Alternatively, integrated electronic warfare suites could have jammed the drone's command link, forcing the emergency descent. So they don't come out and say what they did to take the drone down. They just say, we took the drone down. And I think that's, again, why is that up? that's up now on their news service because they're letting the Americans, they're sending messages to the Americans. I think that what we're seeing is a situation where the United States really doesn't have the capacity to engage in diplomacy in a logical way, number one. And here's the key to it, right? Here's the reason. Let me give you the key to why the United States is unable to engage in diplomacy in Iran. And this is a pretty simple one. In order for the US to engage in diplomacy in Iran, it would have to admit the issues that it has with Iran. And the issue that it has with Iran is that Iran won't do what it wants. So in order to engage in diplomacy, the US would have to say, no, it's not about the things we're saying. It's not about the nuclear material, none of that. The problem is that is the excuse that's used to drag the American people into this war. It's not working, but it's all they got. And they probably figure like this, we got maybe 30% of Americans on board. If we come out and tell the truth, that this is about world domination and it has nothing to do, that everything we've told the American people are a lie, we'll lose that 30%. So you can't just abandon that story because it's all they have. But since they're not being honest about the reason for the war, they can't possibly negotiate about the war. If a man and wife are trying to resolve their issues and one of the partners says, well, we can't resolve our issues because, the woman says, I think he doesn't love me anymore. But that ain't it. It's really something else, whatever. It's because she just thinks he's such a jerk and he aggravates her because he's really mean and he fusses at her and he's just a total jerk. And she doesn't want to come out and say, my husband's such a jerk. So she says it's because of something else. And he's like, let's try to resolve this. Well, here's the truth, buddy. You can't resolve the issue with your wife because she won't even admit to you what the real issue is. So you are negotiating over the wrong thing. Your wife won't say to you, I just want to divorce you because you're a jerk. You're mean to me, you're ornery, you're always in a bad mood, you're lazy, you'll never help me do anything, you won't work, you drink all the time. I mean, these are all these 10 bad things she can't stand a guy. But when she's around his friends, other people, or they go to a marriage counselor, she says it's something else. She just said something that sounds convenient, and she doesn't want to come out and say, I just want out, no matter what. The guy's a jerk, and he don't work, and he drinks, and he does everything bad. She may mention, well, maybe he has a few drinks every now and then, and I don't like that, but she won't come out and say, I'm done with him. I've had it with this guy. He's terrible. He's a horrific human being, and I can't deal with this. So the reality is you can't save that marriage because she won't even be honest, or the other way around. The person won't even be honest about what the problem is. You can't negotiate. You can't work. Well, Mom, but honey, I'm willing to work on it. Dude, you can't work on it. She hates your guts. You're a jerk. There's nothing to work on. That's who you are. And she won't even tell you that she hates your guts because you're a jerk. She says it's something else. So you're trying to work on something and she's trying to get you the heck out the door. Bottom line. So my point being, the United States says we're negotiating about what's going to happen to, as Trump calls it, the nuclear dust. That ain't what it's about. It's about overthrowing the government of Iran so we can steal their oil. He did say that a while back. So if Kushner and Witkoff came in Islamabad and the Iranians sat on one side of the table and Kushner and Witkoff sat on the other on behalf of Trump, and the negotiators said, okay, guys, let's talk. America, why did you launch this attack on them? And Witkoff and Kushner said, well, because we want to steal their oil and overthrow their government and put in a compliant puppet government so we can control everything. What do you think, Iran? You can work on that? No, you can't work on that. But they can't say that, can they? Because it would make them look bad. And of course, then the entire rest of the world in negotiation, everybody would say, but that's illegal. You can't just do that to another country. And the U.S. would say, well, yeah, we know it's illegal, but we think we're stronger than they are, so we're giving it a shot. And I guess the negotiators would say, well, how's that working out? Mr. Stronger than them, they're punching your teeth in. Keep it up. Perhaps you'll learn your lesson sooner or later. And that's why I think the Iranians understand that the only thing that's going to happen here is they're going to have to use force to protect their interests. Look, And when you have a sheep and the wolves voting over what's for dinner, yeah, it ain't going to work out well for the sheep. And there's no way to negotiate. Well, Mr. Wolf, perhaps we could go with, I don't know, a vegetarian meal and some pasta. I love good old fava beans. No, they want Egypt. And that's where we are. So it looks like we are. And of course, the Trump administration, who is, the U.S. empire is dysfunctional as heck, in order to try to get their will, they try to use tactics of domination. We must escalate to de-escalate. Well, that doesn't mean anything. The truth is this. That's something for inside the US. You can use that because it sounds good, right? You can use that because it rhymes. We're going to escalate to de-escalate. What does that mean? I don't know, but it rhymes. But here's the bottom line. Forget the second part of it. We're going to escalate. How does that make us de-escalate? It doesn't. We don't really want to de-escalate, but it sure sounds good. When we say, we can't just say we're going to escalate, because we're the ones that started this war illegally, might I add. And we can't say to the American people, hey, American people, what? We want to steal their oil, so we're going to escalate. No, we can't do that. So we have to say to the American people, we're going to de-escalate. So we'll say something that makes absolutely no sense, but it rhymes. We're escalating. Why? To de-escalate. Oh, okay. That's like me saying, see that guy over there? Yeah. I'm just going to walk over and square punch him in the face, cold cock him. I'm going to sneak him. I'm going to steal him from behind when he's looking the other way, right in the eye as hard as I can. Powie! Why? Because I want to make friends with him. I'm going to punch him in the eye. I'm going to go get a bowling pin and smack him in the, right in the back of the head as hard as I can. Might kill him. I mean, I'm going to let him have it in the back of the head with a blunt object. Why? Because I'd like to make friends with the guy. And I think we can be all right. We can be fishing buddies, maybe. Escalate to de-escalate. It rhymes. That's all it does. It rhymes. It's for the dummies. It's for the suckers. It's for the idiots that will not accept the truth about what the U.S. government is. It's the piracy and thieves, and it intends to go pirate and thief Iran, and Iran ain't buying into it. And in a cowardly way, the Trump administration wants to go after China, but they're not militarily strong enough to go after China, so we'll just attack some empty cargo ships and symbolically go after China. I don't know, whatever, and try to cut China because we shot one empty cargo ship. That's what we're doing. This is an attempt at a worldwide naval blockade. That's what this is. Think about it. We're going to cut off Cuba with a naval blockade. We're going to cut off Venezuela with a naval blockade. We're going to cut off Russia with a naval blockade. We're going to cut off Iran with business with China with a naval blockade. It's an attempt at a worldwide naval blockade. However, we don't have worldwide naval blockade resources. Simple as that. We're trying to do a worldwide naval blockade without the worldwide naval blockade resources. And now, 2 days before the ceasefire is supposed to cease fire, the United States starts fire again, and it was inevitable. And, does the U.S. want out? Trump may, but there ain't an off-ramp. So I suspect all we're going to see is an attempt to escalate, a lot of bluster. We're winning, we're defeating them, we're doing this. And Iran may decide to start punching real hard. Or Iran, here's what I think, I'm just about done. Iran's going to do kind of tit for tat, I think. And they're going to ease back in it as the Americans ease back in it. They're going to respond as the Americans act, right? They're not just going to open up. They may, wouldn't surprise me if they do, but I think they're going to ease back into it, and they're going to watch the Americans and feel the Americans out so that Iran can say, we did everything we can to keep the ceasefire going. I also think there's a valid fear that if this ceasefire falls and the open war starts again, that's when you're going to see the big economic, you're going to see the big, we're getting closer and closer to the big gas and oil skyrocketed price, things like that, that produces the political instability in Europe, the political instability in the U.S. Something else that is interesting. Let's see.
What happened on the high seas over the weekend with American piracy of a Iranian cargo ship? Did the SEALs shoot at civilians?
Well, my understanding is that there was a Iranian cargo ship that was making transit out of the Strait of Hormuz into the Gulf there, and in accordance with the agreement that was reached between the United States and Iran in Islamabad about the ceasefire, and an illegal American blockade. It has no legitimacy under international law and is a complete violation of the ceasefire agreement. Demanded that the ship stop. The ship didn't. Then the United States, the U.S. Navy vessel destroyer, told the ship to evacuate the engine room. Then they fired on the engine room, causing the ship to come to a halt. And U.S. Marine raiding group was landed on the vessel and took control of the vessel. It is an act of piracy. There's no legitimacy for this action whatsoever.
Wow. What would be the goal of something like this? Why would Trump and Hegseth even order this?
It's pure psychological operation. This is about the United States spinning the events so that the president can claim that he has the upper hand, that, if, for instance, Iran were to go to Islamabad and agree to a deal, the president would say it's only because of the strong stance that he's taken in enforcing this blockade and compelling the Iranians to, see the common sense and coming to an agreement. That's all this is. It has nothing to do with, legitimately stopping flow. Even let's just acknowledge that this is an illegal act, like much of what the United States does. But the goal is to effectively halt shipping out of the Strait of Hormuz by the Iranians, and this most certainly is not doing that. So it's just pure theater of the absurd.
So as a result of this, J.D. Vance and his two Zionist monitors, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are cooling their heels in a hotel room in Islamabad, and the Iranian negotiating team is home in Tehran. You blame them?
No, first of all, if I were the Iranians, I wouldn't go anywhere near the United States at this juncture. The United States has a history of using negotiations as a ploy to kill negotiating teams and to carry out, attacks against Iran. But moreover, there's people need to understand that we were very close to having an agreement the first time around. The Trump administration, J.D. Vance and Witkoff and Kushner, they didn't come in prepared at all. They were prepared for nothing. People were wondering why there were so many phone calls. It's because the United States didn't bring anything to the table. The Iranians brought everything to the table, the deal, everything, all the research. They had all the fact papers, everything worked out. And so what would happen is the Iranians would put a deal down. The Americans would review it, ask some questions. The Iranians would give the answers. Now, because there is no position, because they went in blind, J.D. Vance has to call back and say, hey, this is what the Iranians are saying. And Trump, of course, not prepared at all. I mean, if people understood how ill-prepared this president is, they'd be embarrassed. So Trump isn't prepared at all. He doesn't have briefing papers in front of him. He's receiving a verbal report and then giving back instructions based upon nothing, because he doesn't know what the details are or anything. He doesn't have his staff prepping him on this. This is just purely reactionary work. And then Bibi Netanyahu sticks his head in at the appropriate time about nuclear issues. They were actually this close, according to Professor Morandi, to signing a Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding, which would have brought them into this war. But the president was told, you can't sign this deal because it makes it look like you're weak. It makes it look like you're doing the Iranian bidding. Well, of course he is. The Iranians are the only one putting talking points on the table. The United States has no talking points. And so J.D. Vance is pulled from the J.D. Vance, Kushner, and Witkoff are pulled from the negotiations, and they're brought to an end as Trump then proceeds to make his ridiculous, demands, and then back it up with posturing that, look, we're going to blockade you until you do what we want you to do, kind of thing. This is the kind of stupidity, insanity that governs what's going on here. But it's all about posturing right now to create an impression that the United States is in charge, that the United States is the one calling the shots. We're in charge of nothing. The Iranians are calling the shots. They're the ones who have put down the terms, and now the Iranians recognize the United States is incapable of negotiating in good faith. And so there's no reason to negotiate. And if anybody thinks the Iranians are concerned about what happens next, they're not. In fact, there's a good portion of the Iranian government, together with the majority of the Iranian people, that just want to bring this war to an end. And I don't mean by surrendering, an end by keep the fighting going. And, a warning, and this is, one of the things that may prevent this war. If this war starts again, Iran will more than likely terminate the viability of one or more Gulf Arab states, meaning they'll strike power production and desalination plants, making life impossible. If you do that in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, these cities will empty. You do that in Kuwait City, it's gone. You do that in Manama, Bahrain empties. And the Iranians, they're not going to play the escalation game. They're not going to say, okay, we're going to wait and see what kind of strike you hit, and then we'll hit similar targets. They're going to go straight for the jugular. And this will terminate as modern nation states, one or more Gulf Arab states. And the Gulf Arab states are very nervous about this right now. And the others are going to recognize that they will have their economic capacity to earn money permanently degraded. Saudi Arabia, a rich nation right now, it won't be a rich nation if the United States resumes attacking Iran. So these are the stakes that are at play here. Plus, Ansarallah, the Houthis said they're going to shut down Bab el-Mandeb, which is the death knell to the Saudi oil economy and the ruination of the world. Donald Trump really can't afford to go to war right now, but he's really given himself no other option.
Are the Egyptians and Turks getting ready to do anything?
Well, I don't know about the Egyptians. I mean, I know the Egyptians have been frustrated for some time now. Israel's playing a very dangerous game with the Turks. You don't, it's one thing before Israel began bombing Iran to say that Turkey is the next Iran. It's another thing after Israel has bombed Iran not once but twice, both using surprise attacks, to say that Turkey is the next Iran. And the Turks are picking up on this, and they're saying, well, we're not Iran. We'll actually take you out. And so there's big rhetoric taking place right now. And Turkey, unlike Iran, has the ability to project meaningful ground power through Syria to the Israeli border. Turkey has a very strong air force that could challenge the Israelis. Turkey is intimately familiar with Israeli capabilities. The Israelis used to train all of their long-range strike missions using the Anatolian Peninsula as the training ground. So Israel's got to be careful here, but and Erdogan's making very aggressive statements towards Israel, and so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Last night, the president made one of his off-the-wall statements saying the United States and Iran would jointly excavate Iran's nuclear enriched material. I mean, this is really an escape from reality for him to make a statement like that.
Yeah, no, jointly excavate is very strong. I think what had been agreed to in Geneva before the most recent round surprise attack, the act of perfidy by the United States, is that a full accounting of Iran's 60% enriched uranium would be had under the auspices of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and that United States inspectors would be part of the IAEA inspection teams. And so, that would be, have a UN and have the IAEA inspectors there, include with American personnel. Now Donald Trump lives in a fantasy world where he's going to fly in American military forces. They're going to set up some sort of forward operating base and bring in heavy excavation equipment, and they're going to be the ones digging it out, and they're going to be the ones taking control of this. That just simply isn't going to happen. Trump lives in a fantasy world. His advisors are the singular worst advisors in the world about this very issue. And he's just setting himself up for defeat and frustration because Iran will not buckle. I think he's getting word from people, Hegseth and others, that we did so much damage to Iran that the Iranians have no choice but to cave. They can't afford to continue. Let me set the record straight. We did no damage to Iran. None. Zero. We've superficially blew up empty buildings. We dropped some bridges and so that. But in terms of impeding Iran's strategic capacity to continue this conflict, we've accomplished nothing. Their leadership is as strong as ever. And the underground missile cities are, according to the Iranians, they've produced, more missiles since the war ended than they were at a higher rate than they were producing more. And these are the advanced missiles, because they had all pre-positioned the production equipment, the production materials. So they're cranking missiles out. They've re-upped their arsenals. And if this war starts, they're going to come in, like I said, with the most powerful missiles, the most accurate missiles up front, and they're not going to wait for the United States to do sufficient damage. The first bombs that drop, the Iranians should, according to what they've been saying, hit not just Israel with lethal blows, but as I said, the United Arab Emirates and at least one other state, maybe Bahrain, will be taken off the map in terms of being a viable nation state.
Are you familiar with this story making the rounds that Trump on Saturday night or sometime over the weekend asked General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, for an explanation of how the nuclear codes work, and General Kane said no and left the White House?
I'm familiar with two such incidents. Again, I can't confirm them because I'm not in the White House. This is just a report. But let me just, so your audience understands that this isn't just blind speculation. I have been in the White House Situation Room. I have given briefings to, the deputies level. I understand how the White House process works. I understand how the interagency process works. I understand how the JCS interfaces with the president. And so, through this experience, you get, a pattern of behavior. And that's one of the things you do as an intelligence analyst is you assess patterns. You look for repeating patterns. Past practices do repeat. So I have a good idea how the system works, especially when it comes to nuclear weapons. And so when I heard that the president, when he tweeted earlier before the ceasefire that he was going to erase Iran, that was code word for the use of nuclear weapons. And my understanding is that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff put him on notice that no, they won't authorize, they will not concur with the use of nuclear weapons because it's a violation of international law. It violates issues of proportionality. It violates issues of distinction. And there's no justification for it. Nuclear weapons are designed according to doctrine to deter. You're not deterring anything with a preemptive use of nuclear weapons in an environment that doesn't scream, we have to use nuclear weapons to eliminate an existential threat. So the president was put on notice that, and he immediately responded by a tweet where he, in all caps, said, and no nuclear weapons, as if to correct the record, to get ahead of any potential reporting coming out of the White House that he tried to use nukes and was told no. And so now this time what we have here is, in the president's mind, the psychosis of this man. He threatened nukes. The chairman said no. And so he agreed to enter this peace process. But now that the peace process is collapsing, he's falling back on the reality that if they continue, bombing the way they did before, it'll be another defeat, that we don't have a remedy to this. We don't have the magic solution. And the Iranians do have our number. They're going to ring it on a daily basis until Israel's destroyed and Gulf Arab states are destroyed. And so Trump is trying to say we have no choice but to use nuclear weapons preemptively right now to eliminate this threat. And the chairman repeated what he told the president later. No, this is unlawful. There's no imminent threat worthy of this. there literally is no, you know, you can't speak of proportionality. The damage Iran's doing to us is not proportional to the damage that we would do by using nuclear weapons on Iran. And then again, the issue of distinction, dropping bombs, for instance, on Isfahan, would kill civilians in numbers that would, boggle the mind. And so, fortunately, even though this president has said that the Constitution doesn't matter to him, that he relies on his own personal sense of morality, this is a man whose morals say he wants to use nuclear weapons and slaughter hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Fortunately, we have men and women in uniform who took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, who take this oath very seriously.
Well, and I guess if the story is true, Larry Johnson's reported it from sources. General Kane is one of them.
Yes.
Taking the oath seriously.
He takes it very. And the interesting thing is that he was handpicked by this president to be a yes man. They got rid of the Biden era guys. Kane was somebody who was passed over for 4 stars as a lieutenant general and went into retirement. And they brought him out of retirement and gave him a 4th star. And the feeling was this would be a hyper-aggressive man that would do the president's bidding. And, Kane has proven to be a very aggressive, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. But on a number of occasions, for instance, he cautioned against this war. If the New York Times reporting is correct, he told the president, don't believe the Israelis. The Israelis oversell their capabilities. And there's no reason to believe that regime change will be as easy as the Israelis claim it to be. And so Kane, offered caution there. And then he turned the president down not just once but twice when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons. And I've always said that the men and women who serve, they take this oath seriously, especially the higher you get up in the ranks. There may be problems. We may have politicized the military and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, especially when it comes to nuclear weapons, the military understands full well what the consequences of using nuclear weapons would be. The potential for expansion globally, and once you establish a president, one thing I ask people to think about is this: Russia has said they will not be the first to use nuclear weapons, but if the United States changes the paradigm of the use of nuclear weapons from we'll never use it because we recognize after Hiroshima and Nagasaki that these weapons can't be used, to we'll use it when it's convenient for us to use it to change a conventional military power equation, that becomes an intimidation factor. Meaning the United States now will intimidate everybody, saying, we've used nukes. You sure you want to take us on in Ukraine conventionally because we use nukes? And the Russians will have to level the playing field. They'll have to do it for national survival. And there's a lot of people in Russia right now saying that it's time for Russia to use nukes preemptively against Europe to set a precedent. So this could go bad very quickly. We should never use nuclear weapons.
Let's go back to where we started, Hormuz. Who controls the strait? Is it open or is it closed?
The Iranians control it, and it's open when the Iranians want it open, it's closed when the Iranians want it closed, and there are variations in between. Right now, Iran is allowing some ships to pass through, but those ships have to meet certain protocols, and they have to be approved by the Iranian Navy.
Do you think that Trump and the Israelis have given up the ghost on regime change and degrading Iran's ballistic missile capability, 2 of their, from time to time, stated goals?
I believe that the Israelis understand that there will be no regime change. That is not going to happen. The reporting is that the Israelis have acknowledged that they're going to have to learn to live with the Iranian regime in a post-conflict environment. The Israelis have not yet given up on either degrading Iran's nuclear capacity and degrading Iran's ballistic missile capacity. They believe if they continue this conflict that eventually, they'll be able to find the right combination of strikes to do this. I believe they're wrong, and I believe many people in the Pentagon believe that they're wrong. But, there There are those, and unfortunately, one of them is named Pete Hegseth, who believe that by continuing this conflict, the United States will be able to do what we couldn't do in the first 40 days of this conflict, which is to degrade Iran's ballistic missile and drone launch capabilities.
Here's a two-bit political hack masquerading as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, arguing on one of the talk shows that destroying power plants and bridges is not a war crime. I guess in his own mind, he could have added grammar schools for girls. Chris, cut number 4.
I hope we don't have to go back to a military option, but President Trump's made it very clear. And by the way, bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically. That is a false, fake, and ridiculous notion that this is some type of war crime.
Talking about the Revolutionary Guard runs a bridge.
I mean, this is fiction. First of all, 2 points. One, at the end of the Iran-Iraq war, when the Iranians were looking to demobilize hundreds of thousands of fighters into an economy that was fairly dysfunctional, one of the ways they avoided having mobs of military veterans unemployed on the streets was to allow the Revolutionary Guard Command to create businesses and then to give those businesses contracts related to infrastructure development inside Iran. And so many of the companies and industries that build roads, that build bridges, et cetera, are run by the IRGC. Just because an IRGC company builds something doesn't mean that it has a military capacity. It's just a unique feature of post-war Iran. 2, and perhaps more importantly, if you were going to make the argument that a bridge had military capabilities, you would have dropped that bridge already. We targeted bridges that had genuine military capabilities. If you were going to strike a dual-use power generation capacity, one that was providing power to, say, a military factory or a military installation, we would have bombed that already. But here we are, after 40 days of incessant bombardment, being told that suddenly there's a new list of relevant targets. There aren't. There's just a new list of targets of bridges and power plants that have nothing to do with Iranian defense industry and everything to do with the civilian population. And this is the war crime. In a trial, I would just simply ask, why did you bomb this? Why didn't you bomb this in the first 40 days? It was so essential to military victory. I mean, you're hitting 1,000 targets a day, according to Pete Hegseth, 1,000 points on the ground. Why didn't you factor in these targets in that if they're so essential? And the answer is because they were civilian targets and you knew it. And that's why they were excluded. And now you want to put them on, which means that this is collective punishment. It has nothing to do with, the legitimate degradation of a target that has dual use capacity. So this is a war criminal regime. And, sadly, the military, if they go along with this target deck, is committing war crimes.
Trump said about 15 minutes ago that the ceasefire is over on Wednesday and the war will resume. What will the likely consequences be to Israel and to the Gulf and to American assets out there if Trump and Netanyahu resume the war at the level at which they started it 6 weeks ago?
Well, the Iranians have made it clear that they're not going to, start slow and finish fast. They're not going to wait for the United States and Israel to set the pace, which is what they did in the 40 days. The escalation, the nature of targets, et cetera, that were engaged by Iran were largely defined by the nature of the Israeli-American strikes against Iran. Here, the Iranians, I believe, will start with the notion that because the United States is incapable of negotiating good faith, that you must assume that any military action that's now taken is done to eliminate the regime of the Islamic Republic, and therefore this is an existential war. Therefore, just go for the jugular from the start. And I think this is what you're going to see if we start attacking Iran. I think you're going to see Iran hit some Gulf Arab states harder than they've ever been hit hit Israel very hard, start taking out key infrastructure, and maybe reach out and touch the United States in a few places as well. That the United States has grown overconfident in terms of operation. But, this is going to be a one-way street. When the war starts, we will be bombing empty buildings. We will be blowing up bridges and railroad tracks that have no fundamental value from a military standpoint. And Iran is going to be, striking back with absolute devastation. And the defeat will be obvious after the first 3 days when, as I said, perhaps Abu Dhabi, Dubai, maybe another city will be unable to sustain life on the scope and scale necessary to be to retain the stature that they enjoy today. People will be forced to flee by the hundreds of thousands.
Whatever happened to Trump's Board of Peace?
Well, the funny thing is the Board of Peace was largely funded by Gulf Arab states. And a large percentage of the members were Gulf Arab states. Again, if I were advising the president, I would have gotten the Board of Peace involved in a negotiated compromise settlement on the Strait of Hormuz regarding revenue collection and revenue sharing. And let the board manage this. It gives credence to the board, gives them a viable project that they can brag about later. It keeps the Iranians happy by allowing them to maintain the fact that they have their hand on the throat of the Strait of Hormuz. And it would appease the regional partners because it would allow money to be raised that could be used to reconstruct not just Iran, but United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, etc. And so, and also, there's just so much that this board could have done and could have been involved in. Would have given the United Nations, stamp of approval, etc. But the board members don't trust Trump anymore, and so I think the Board of Peace is just a derelict organization right now.
Wow. Scotty, thank you very much. Deeply appreciated, my dear friend. Good luck with what you're.
Coffee. Follow me.